Ringo TV.
Welcome to another edition of Black Male Advice TV. I'm your host, Ringo. Make sure you click the like button, subscribe, and support the content.
Ringo TV.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of Black Male Advice TV. I'm your host, Ringo. We are back again for another live stream experience. 4 a.m., top of the morning. We have an interesting show for you today. We are talking about the subject of, is Melanie King a holy Proverbs 31 woman or Jezebel? Yeah, that's right. Is Melanie King a holy Proverbs 31 woman or Jezebel? You know, I'm probably like one of the only brothers on YouTube that can see through people. I can tell when a charlatan is in the room. I could tell when someone is a fraud. And it's a natural gift that I got from the Most High to uncover the hidden secrets. For whatever reason, Melanie King has been on my radar as someone that I must react to in terms of looking at her content to pinpoint what is her agenda, who is she, where she come from, what's really going on. Because she's in the black space of YouTube, and I noticed that she appear to be repeating all of the talking points of the likes of Kevin Samuels. She's promoting names of various content creators that are whoremonger males. And I personally look at her as an opportunist. What I want to do is react to the videos concerning this particular woman. I want to react and uncover what really is going on with her. Because it seemed that a lot of people are infatuated by how she look. I'm personally not interested in this woman because I can see through the lines. I see that there's a spirit at work. And I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the particular movie in question the proper name, but there's this movie, I believe it's called Beowulf or Beowulf or something like that. It's a movie about, it's sort of like an animation type movie that looked realistic, of a guy who was a great warrior, and he was pretty much summoned to the king to fight off a particular beast. And the beast was the curse that came upon a particular man. Yes, that's the name. That's the name. Thanks for posting that in the chat. Shout out to you for posting that in the chat. Shout out to John. I had watched that particular movie on Amazon Prime, and it was about this beautiful demon that was in the swamp, in the water, in the hills. And he laid with that monster and produced a demon child. And it seemed like the first king got caught up with that succubus demon. And then Beowulf, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it properly, he got caught up with the very same demon. And then at the end of the movie, sorry to be a spoiler, his partner in crime pretty much was about to get caught up in the same thing due to the beauty of the demon. Right? Yes. Grandel's mother. Yep, that's it. So what I'm getting at here is that on YouTube, there seems to be a woman that I'm going to be examining and reacting to a lot of her videos because I want to know what is her true agenda and if you folks should really be listening to her. I'm going to be dealing with a lot of content. I'm going to be studying every interview she did with any content creator. I'm going to review all her videos. I'm going to react to everything. And this is literally Melanie King month, to say the least. Because I realize that a lot of brothers on YouTube are caught up, just like that movie. And I suggest that you watch that movie. You may be able to find it on YouTube for free. Just Google it, put it in the YouTube search and see if you find it. But Melanie King is of interest to me because when I studied her, she has a background of being on YouTube. She was very, very, very successful on YouTube, making millions of dollars, right? She was married to a particular man in whom, in my humble opinion, she never loved. And we're going to get into that in a lot of commentary and criticism reaction videos. The reason why I'm putting all of this out is because she seems to want to be the voice for black women now. She wants to follow the likes of Kevin Samuels, and I realize that she's sort of like the female version of Kevin Samuels. And I believe this is very dangerous for the community. And as an OG in the YouTube space from 2006 putting in work, I feel that is my obligation to the community to examine the likes of Melanie King, because I'm not one who is going to simp. I judge a woman by her character. I don't judge a woman by her beauty. We don't do that here on Black Male Advice TV. We don't care how good you look. We're going to judge you by your character. We're going to judge you by the words that you speak and the things that you say. So throughout the day, I'm going to be doing a lot of live shows. I'm going to be doing shows all morning. And we're going to be uncovering a lot. So if you're coming into the show, make sure you click that like button. I was supposed to be on 2 days ago, but I was busy doing some upgrades. So let's see who we got in the chat. We got Mr. T in the building. What's going on? We got John Robinson. We got Parya. I hope I pronounced that right, bro. Sigma, what's going on? What's this? I'm not sure if I can. I'm just going to say Suki King, because I can't really see because the text on this new monitor is very, very small. But yeah, we're going to be dealing with Melanie King. This is going to be a great video, a great stream. You're going to learn a lot. And Melanie King is, she's not going to like me. But at the end of the day, this is a reaction video. She reacts to people videos. She reacts to various other people. She call out names. She talks about people. And I'm doing the same. When you step into the black sector of YouTube, you must understand that this is a space that is dominated by men. And I find that a lot of simps on YouTube are bringing in pick-me's, and these particular females have no credentials to even be speaking on topics concerning the black community, especially when they never lived in the black community. You see, Melanie King never lived in the black community. She don't know what black women go through. She lived an upscale life her whole life. She was with a guy that was a Wall Street guy, or some executive, some sort of guy that was at the top of the hill. According to her, he was an alleged high value man. They had a YouTube business doing children videos. And we're going to learn a lot about her because in my study of Melanie King, she never loved doing YouTube videos with kids. And it was very shocking when I heard that come out her own mouth. She literally said with her own mouth, and we're going to get into those videos in another stream, where she literally said that she was not happy doing videos in terms of kid videos. And what that spoke to me was volumes of how could a mother do videos, kid videos, making millions of dollars, making millions of views, very successful, and then come on camera and say that she was not happy doing that because she didn't feel it was her calling. And all of this took place after the business on YouTube fell apart due to the divorce. And all of a sudden now she want to come to the black sector of YouTube and speak for the black community when she never lived in the black community. You see, I grew up in the hood. I live in the hood. Therefore, I understand the black community because I'm around black people. I understand the struggles. I understand what people go through because I see it every day. Melanie King never been through that. She never been on the battlefield. And I feel that a lot of you sisters need to avoid her. And I'm going to be doing a lot of reaction videos to prove my case. Because she support the likes of Kevin Samuels. She support the likes of alpha male scammeries. And all of these content creators that are literally leading our people astray. And she's using the Christian church as the guise to promote herself. And a lot of simps are on YouTube giving her interviews because of how she look. And I find it to be very disturbing. So without further ado, welcome to everybody that's in the clouds, everybody that's joining in on the show. We're about to head into a particular interview that another content creator did with her. And we're going to react to this particular video. And I've put this video together in a way to illustrate exactly what's going on with clips from Kevin Samuels, clips from alpha male scammeries, clips of other videos that I've done to prove a case on whether or not Melanie King is a Proverbs 31 woman or a Jezebel. And this is very important for you to listen to. Good morning, everyone. Again, everybody joining in on the show. We're about to head into this. So without further ado, fam, let's get right into this particular show. Make sure you click that like button as we move forward. Let's roll.
Today, guys, we have a special guest, Melanie King. Hey, Melanie, how are you today?
I'm doing really well. I'm living happy.
Living happy. That's how the greatest, every time someone asks me how I'm doing, I always say the greatest day of my life, as usual. Yeah. So I know this is going to be a good one. We have definitely for you guys in this space and for you ladies watching, this woman has some opinions on her.
Now, the first thing I want you to all understand is that this particular brother says that this woman has a lot of particular opinions, right? And let me put on my headphones. I can't even hear myself, to tell you the truth. This is crazy. I forgot my headphones, right? This particular brother is saying that she has a lot of particular opinions and as if though she have this word and this new mandate that's been given to her to come into this space, when really this particular woman came from the kiddie section of YouTube doing kid videos, unboxing videos, toys, dolls. And as I said, she was very successful. She made a lot of money and she lived in a mansion. She wasn't going through no struggles. She didn't go through anything that the black community goes through. She never been through none of these particular issues. But for whatever reason, after her divorce, right, she made a video. I talked about that in my last video with her. And she claimed that she was going through this divorce. And you've seen her in a video where she's crying, which is typical of when somebody's about to pull a fast one. I examined that entire video, and we're going to be doing reactions to everything. Everything she pretty much touched, we're going to do reaction videos too, because I want to make sure that the community is safe when it comes to these particular type of people, because a lot of content creators are are pushing her. And they're doing this based on how she look. Let's just cut to the chase. They're doing this based on how she look. And she knows that. And for the most part, a lot of these particular people, there's an agenda. There's an agenda to promote her because they want to use her as a face to be successful. In other words, they're actually trying to help her out so that she could get back on track. Because the way it is right now on YouTube, being that she had a particular business with her husband, in whom, in my humble opinion, she never loved, right? We're going to talk about that in other videos, because within all of the interviews, within all of the different points that I've seen in terms of her making content, I have never heard her say that she actually loves her husband. I've never heard that. So in that process, I'm sitting back listening and I'm saying to myself, I never heard this woman say that she loves her husband. Or we got a divorce, but I still love my husband. I never heard her say that. And I don't see the children, which brings into question of custody. And the reason for all of this is, if she's speaking for Black women, then sisters have to know that this particular woman is on point. See, I'm a family man, so I know how a family is supposed to be. So when I see her and I see the things that she do and the way she move, I realize that her talking points is not coming from her. She's just regurgitating what she heard from Kevin Samuels. That's pretty much what she's doing. Not only that, I noticed that she's bigging up content creators that are teaching men to pump and dump women. She's teaching and promoting men that are no good. And I'm like, is this the type of woman that our sisters need to be listening to? Is she the type of woman that have the results that our women can pretty much learn from? Or are people just infatuated by a pretty face? Because I'm not impressed. You see, when it comes to a sister, right? Number one, when it comes to a sister, she have to be real. A sister got to come to you authentic and organic. When I look at this particular woman, I see a lot of inner issues. I see a woman who is not talking about the divorce. She claimed that she is from the church, Christian, all the typical things to make you like her. But she has a divorce, just like Kevin Samuels have a divorce, 2 divorces. And what I find on YouTube, it seemed like all of the content creators that most of you either praise or put on a pedestal, they all have horrible relationships. And now they come into the space and now they want to be gurus. And I find that to be disturbing. And I'm not going to sit back and just watch this. So let's get back into the video. Let's listen in. And then we're going to break down more points to see what's going on here.
Very opinionated, and it's very refreshing. And as I was just telling you offline, you're like a glitch in the matrix. You know, you're like an anomaly. And obviously I'm simping by saying that. So
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And just so you know how much of a simp JR is, he color coordinated with me. And not only that, he painted his walls the color of my dress. So
yeah, this
some
is
real
awful.
simping going on. Gosh, I just love a simp. I just love a simp. I just love a simp. I just
Notice that, people.
love a simp.
She just loves a simp. These are things that you need to listen to very carefully. It appears as though she's just playing around, but she's really not playing around, Pam. You got to listen to what she's saying and focus on what the brother did. He was worshiping her. And then he said to himself, I'm simping by me doing this. And she went along with it. But this is what these content creators are doing on YouTube. They roll the red carpet out for her because of how she looked. If a sister that weighs 300 pounds, right? 350 pounds, got on YouTube and started talking all of the talking points like Kevin Samuels, right? Would these content creators roll out the red carpet and want to do interviews with that particular woman? No, they won't, because they're not attracted to her. So all of these guys that you see pushing her are all simps, beta male simps, who are pushing a woman in whom came from a lifestyle, and now all of a sudden she want to be this voice for Black people, when just a few years back she was making millions of dollars on YouTube, was very successful, had a husband, lived in a nice mansion, lived her best life, traveling, doing a lot of things with her kids. And for whatever reason, all of a sudden now, she want to speak for the Black community. All of a sudden now she's concerned with relationship issues. All of a sudden she want to do fitness things for Black women so they could get back into shape. She wasn't doing that before when she was doing videos about kid videos and making millions of dollars. She wasn't thinking about the Black community. She wasn't thinking about nothing. Now all of a sudden she's claiming the Black community when she never lived in the Black community. See? If a person never lived in the battlefield, I don't take them serious at all, because they don't know what anybody's going through. Because when she was living, and most likely still living where she's at, she's not surrounded by the so-called hood. So she don't know what's really going on. She's only going by what she hear on YouTube. That's not a voice for the people. No, not at all. Let's get back into this.
I just love a simp.
At an all-time high, right? Can it be that we're just red pilled though? I mean, I know this is
Oh
off
no,
red.
we dress for red pill? Oh no, this is red pill. Okay.
It could be, but
Notice how she's claiming red pill. She wasn't doing that when she was doing kid videos.
we'll let them have their opinions. So
Right.
I'm going to have my opinions. That's why I'm doing this reaction video. Let's go.
anyway, Melanie, like I said, just so how I came across you, and I know you've been on a few other channels, and you have your own history on YouTube that if you decide to get into, you can expound on.
Notice he said your own history on YouTube, which confirmed what I've been saying in terms of her already having YouTube success. She have about a good 6 or 7 channels on YouTube right now. I don't believe that she personally have access to these particular platforms. She may be benefiting from the revenue from these particular platforms, but based on my own research, all of these particular platforms that she have, or that her and her husband X shared, all of these channels have over 500,000 subscribers, 700,000 subscribers. So we're talking about someone that is not new to success. So she's accustomed to getting money. Once the business fell apart in terms of her and her husband, and they got their divorce, the money stopped. Something happened in the matrix. That's when she made the crying video. All of a sudden now she was telling people to pray for her and how she need to find something new to do, because her husband, in my humble opinion, was the one that actually edited all the videos. Her husband was the one, in my humble opinion, was the one who had the idea of the family doing family-related kid videos because he knew it would be a success. I know this to be true because in a particular video by Melanie, she said with her own mouth that she was not happy doing kid-related videos. And we're going to talk about that in another stream. Now, why would a mother not be happy doing videos with her own children? Why would a woman that's making millions of dollars, living in the best homes, not be happy doing something on YouTube that was very successful? Something happened, the channels and everything flopped, everything fell apart. The divorce came in. And for whatever reason, she's not explaining to the public on what happened. In every interview, I keep hearing her say, oh, it wasn't me that filed. It wasn't me that filed for no divorce. It wasn't me. I didn't do that. I didn't file for divorce, which implies that the husband filed for divorce. But the question here is, why did he file for divorce? Because if she's supposed to be a voice for the community, then you would have to have a certain level of transparency in terms of figuring out where she came from so that you can learn from it. If she had a divorce, the public literally should have an explanation for why, especially if you're supposed to be a Christian woman. And I find that to be very disturbing. And the thing is, a lot of times people, they run from these type of things. But see, I'm the only content creator on YouTube that actually have the ability to actually talk about these particular issues, because it's very, very concerning to me, especially coming from a background of exposing false prophets, of, rebuking preachers and letting the people understand what's going on in these churches. I come from that background, and I've been doing this on YouTube for many years, since 2006. So when I see what's going on right now, it's alarming to me. It makes me really think about the number of women and brothers that are falling victim, just like the movie that I talked about in the beginning, Beowulf. That is what I'm seeing happening in this particular space right now. I see this happening. I see people that are just under a spell based on how a woman looks. But she's really not bringing you anything. All she's doing is regurgitating what Kevin Samuels taught already, which come from other content creators that he stole material from. Let's go.
I came across you, I think you commented on one of my videos and you said something very interesting.
Yes.
I think it was along the lines of hiring a high-end escort or something like that. And I thought, I was like, what is this? I was like, what is this woman's talking about? I have to speak with her. Not that I, deal in the escort service, but I'm just like, for a woman to say this, I think that she has some things to say in terms of saying that. So, the look on your face right now. Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, I remember it because one of the things Kevin talks about is for some men, some high value men, they, the way a man's nature is, one woman will not be enough to satisfy him for a lifetime.
Now, keep in mind at this point, what she's doing is repeating again things that Kevin Samuels already talked about in terms of hiring escorts. Remember, I talked about that many times. So now she's regurgitating the same thing, but let me give you the 411 on exactly why she's doing this. She's doing this because if she can repeat exactly what Kevin Samuels talk about and make you, the people, believe that she agrees with Kevin, what that's going to do is make you believe in her. It's going to make you trust in her. It's going to make you say, wow, finally, a woman that is different from everyone else. So she's an opportunist at this point. And she used a lot of thirst trapping. We're going to get into that in a lot of videos. This is very, very serious, fam. And I need for you to all listen carefully because she's about to go into something and you're going to hear the contradictions. You're going to hear the fact that there's a little bit of, not even a little bit, there's a lot of uncertainty in her tone and in her voice. Let's go.
Right.
And historically, that has not been that, that is the case. Like one woman, especially if he's higher up on the food chain or whatever you want to call it. So I said, if I was my husband, felt as though he wanted to do something else, like we, together, like for his birthday, a surprise, whatever like that,
Right.
A high end, if you felt like that's something that he wanted to do, with my permission,
Notice what she said, with her permission. Think about that. Now she's online capping as if though she's a woman who supports polygyny, but we all know that she don't support no polygyny. Let's just keep it 1,000. Let's just keep it 1,000. She's literally saying things that she want other people to believe as if though she really believes this stuff. She's speaking on things that she really don't believe, fam. Look at her facial expression. You understand? I am the one who's been teaching on the subject of polygyny for years. My first video exposing Kevin Samuels. You want to know my main issue with Kevin Samuels? You want me to give you that main issue on why I will never support or agree with Kevin Samuels ever? My issue with Kevin Samuels is this, and I'm going to say this publicly so that people can pretty much hear me. He made a video, and his video was something along the lines of that only high value men are the ones who pretty much should be able to practice or have more than one woman. When I heard that, I'm like, who did this guy think he's talking to? He basically made it appear as if though only a high value man who's making a certain amount of money is able or should be granted access to having more than one woman. Now, what Kevin do, he don't say polygyny. He say a man that pretty much can exercise his options. Do you understand me? He's really using the polygyny talking points by twisting it and saying a man that can exercise his options, but really, he was looking down on black men. And when I first heard that, I made my first exposed video about Kevin Samuels based on his talking points, trying to say that men that aren't making a certain amount of money literally shouldn't even be having more than one woman. Now, what does this does for you brothers? He's the one who is implanting this battery in women's backs of desiring a high value man. So if all of these women are looking at you brothers as low value, the minute you try to talk about polygyny, they're going to look at you as you ain't making a truckload of money. So when I first heard that, that sparked the fire that this guy named Kevin Samuels is a fraud, and he's pandering to people. He's manipulating the topic of polygyny, and he's basically trying to make himself out to be something that he was not at the time, because at the time when Kevin Samuels was moving up, he was not a high value man. There are many other content creators on YouTube that expose the facts. The man just recently paid off child support. Now, how could you recently pay off child support if you always been high value? Think about that, fam. Let it make sense. So what Melanie is doing here is she's using talking points that she heard from Kevin in terms of hiring a high-end escort. And she's saying that in her relationship, in her marriage, if her husband wanted a so-called high-end escort with her permission, mind you, her permission, which means she got to be the one to grant that man access. Which mean if she would have said, nah, you can't get that, bruh, then he's going to have to just suffer, right? That's what you want us to believe? Nah. No man need permission from a woman to do anything, and that's a fact. You understand me? So when you listen to her, be very, very careful, man. We examining this thing little by little. Let's go.
And if that's something we talked about, I don't see the issue with it. Not, and that needs a longer conversation,
Yes,
JR. You can't just take my comment and people are gonna be like,
let me see who the hell this is. This is just a made up account right there. Let me see who you are. Let me see. Did I get the right person? Hope I did. I'm not sure if I did or not. Let me see. I don't know. Yeah. All right. That person's gone. Yeah. When you look at Kevin Samuels, because a lot of people don't understand this, just like Melanie is an opportunist, Kevin Samuels is an opportunist. Kevin Samuels is a guy that came into the space reviewing cologne and was about style and dressing up. He wasn't focused on manosphere related content or black sector related content, because I'm not a part of this so-called black manosphere nonsense. Because all of these guys are simps and all they do is pander to women now. And none of them really even speak on anything in terms of empowering black men. It's not even about that no more. So when we look at Kevin, he saw what was going on in the black space and he realized these reviewing of cologne and perfumes, this is not really doing it. And based on various content creators that are on YouTube, you got guys that have email receipts of Kevin Samuels contacting them, this, that. See, Kevin was reaching out to various content creators because he wanted to get into that space. Other brothers brought him into the space, did interviews, so forth, right? And then he began to take the talking points that he heard from this guy, from that guy, from that guy, from that guy, made it his own, right? Channel blew up, million subscribers. So now, if Kevin Samuels is speaking on something, right? And then I make a video talking about a particular issue, most of you folks who don't even know who I am, you'll look at me and think, well, he's copying from Kevin Samuels. Oh no, I'm the OG in the space. I'm the guy that been teaching on these things for years, since 2006. All of these content creators that you all know and love, they all know who I am. They know that. And I have receipts on everybody. Receipts. I'm talking about real receipts, audio receipts. They don't want no smoke, because once you try to come at me with any bull crap and I roll the tape and then the people heard the things that you said about Ringo, they're going to look at you like, bro, you know you playing yourself, right? So when we look at Melanie, she's doing the same thing that Kevin did. She's using the black sector of YouTube to get back to where she once was in terms of her success that she previously had. And what she's gonna do is, after she get to a certain level and she no longer need the so-called manosphere, she's not gonna wanna have nothing to do with none of y'all. Because she got what she wanted. And this is something that content creators can't see because they're blinded by the extensions that she got in her hair. That stuff is not real, by the way. I'm just letting you know I did my research. Again, you do your research, you'll find out what's going on. You know what I mean? If you went to those other channels, scroll through the videos, look at the hair, video this one, that video, that video, that video, and you get down to one video and all of a sudden hair appears. May sound petty to you, but when it comes to this truth, when it comes to reacting to videos to bring out the real information, you got to do your research on somebody to really find out what they're really about. And that's something that I do. Let's get back into the video.
Definitely.
Oh my gosh, she ain't talking about, she's talking about escorts. No, y'all don't understand. I ain't gonna go into all that.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I
mean, because the more I'm understanding about men and a man's nature, things like that become less and less offensive to me as a woman. I don't know how to explain it.
So she's basically saying that now that she understands men's nature, if a man want another woman, it's not really offensive to her. All of that is cap. She is lying.
So I was watching this Patrice thing. And, you know, Patrice for me has always kind of been that dude. And we spoke about this briefly while you were on the show. But Patrice would talk regularly about how he would go to Brazil and get some of the finer women or some of the better.
This is a clip of Abba and Preach and Kevin Samuels. This particular clip is going to show the public of Kevin Samuels endorsing and promoting prostitution, getting escorts, and paying for box. Your high value man. And this is the guy that Melanie praise. Because see, guilty by association is serious. Let's play the video.
More professional ladies, and it was never an issue with him. He could balance having game with also having sex work. And I feel like you kind of may share some of those ideas, so I want to get your input.
And think about this. All these content creators share the same ideas. I don't care who they are. Abba Preach, Kevin Samuels, I don't care who they are. Any man that's paying for box is not a man. Any man that is encouraging brothers to get an escort because they don't want to go through the process of getting to know a woman, they just want to get some sex, is a whoremonger male. And for Melanie to embrace Kevin mean that she also embraced what you see these brothers talking about. Because we just heard her talk about escorts because she got that from Kevin. Let's go.
Well, here's the thing. You know, I think you hit the nail on the head when you talk about one. You can't be talking about going to buy some streetwalker. You're talking about an escort. You know, a person who, if they don't verify you, I don't want to fuck with them. If they don't verify you, they don't have a background check, that kind of stuff. You need to be worried about your safety, whether it's vice or whether it's blah, blah, or whether it's your health. But like you said, ultimately, you're paying for an outcome. And a woman who is a high...
Notice Kevin said you're paying for an outcome. You're paying for an outcome. Now, keep in mind, Kevin Samuels claimed that he's a Christian. A Christian. Someone that believes in God, follows Jesus Christ. Where in the Bible did it teach to go and pay a woman for sex? Where in the Bible did it say to pay a woman for a girlfriend experience? See, if Kevin Samuels is a high value man, shouldn't you be able to just pull women easy? Shouldn't you? But no, that's not the case here. That's not the case at all. Let's get back into this.
Higher-end escort, they have clients who have something to lose, so these women have something to lose. So all the horror stories that guys worry about get kind of minimized when you're dealing with somebody who knows what they're doing. And number one, number two, the experience is what they're there for. It's like going to Outback to get a steak versus going to the buffet to get a steak versus going to a 5-star steakhouse. They are there to please you. That's their job.
Now you hear what he just said. They're there to please you. That's their job. Abba Preacher's laughing with him. They all are in agreement. This is what the so-called black sector, the so-called manosphere, promote.
They're trained in the GFE, the girlfriend experience. Mm-hmm. They have a menu of services that they call languages. Mm-hmm. And like you just said, and like that one young lady said, that she learned how to give a great blowjob by watching porn. These women study pleasure. They study pleasure, and they learn how to actually make repeat clients because their preference is not to do 30 different dudes. They just want to have the same regular guys that they actually develop a ongoing relationship of sorts with.
Hearing this, people? You hearing this? An escort that literally is having ongoing relationships with a particular group of men. This is what Kevin Samuels is promoting. Your so-called godfather, which is a total disrespect to the Most High Yah, because he believes that he's God now. A guy that reviews cologne has been crowned God. And this is what they're promoting. So these guys have no problem laying up with a woman that was already with another previous man and have these guys as clients. These content creators agree with that. This is what's going on. Let's get back into this.
Well, I think guys need to start understanding that, when you talk about the amount of time you got to talk to a woman, try to court, and then you end up getting some whack ass, and you just spent 20 hours of your time, plus you just looking at hard dollars, soft dollar costs. These things are pretty well understood the rest of the world wide. So, and today with the state of what's going on right now, younger guys, unless you're in that selection of guys who have access to many women, what are these young guys going to do?
Do you see this nonsense? So basically what Kevin Samuels is basically saying is that as a man, you need to go out there and get yourself an escort. Now keep in mind, this is the particular clown that content creators are promoting, that he's helping people to get married. Could you believe that? Really? So let me get this straight. Kevin Samuels is helping people to get married, but Kevin Samuels is not married? And you taking that type of advice, right? He's your godfather, right? Okay.
It's better to go ahead and learn. I would say, take your $350, go get you an in call and call it a day. Instead of going to the drunk club trying to figure out.
You see what he just said? Take your money and go out there and get an escort. That's what Kevin Samuels said. And this is who Melanie embraced. So to all you sisters out there, you trying to get a high value man, this is what high value men do. They share escorts with other men. They're a client. And that's the particular guy that you want to marry? This is funny.
You try to take somebody home for a one-night stand and mess around and come back
she's
with
not
it.
even groomed. She probably smelled from having drank and danced all night.
See, what they want is this. Let me break down what they exactly want when they say an escort. They want an escort that they can pay for to fulfill a particular fantasy, and so forth. In other words, if you pay for an escort, when she come to you, she's 100% groomed from head to toe. Everything is perfect. You get the selection of what exactly you want. So basically, they're looking at women as a so-called product. And you sisters are standing by praising Kevin Samuels when he look at women as a product that you go online, search, and literally put together in your shopping cart and make your purchase, go to the telly or wherever you want to go to, and then have your moment with that particular woman. And this is what's going on in the so-called manosphere. And Melanie want to be the voice for black women now, when she was not living at all in the black community.
And she might not be even really present to give you anything good, but somehow people really believe that a drunken hookup or some random person at a club is somehow more rewarding or satisfactory. I'm like, you must have not been out here and done these things for you to say that. I've felt that disappointment so many times, and it's a giant waste of time.
Notice this. Content creators talking about all the disappointment they have with women. This says a lot about the fact that most of these brothers can't pull no woman at all. Doesn't matter how much money these guys got. They can't pull women. So they would rather go out there and pay for some box from some escort. You got dating coaches teaching men to pump and dump women, and then you got guys teaching men to go get a prostitute. And these are the content creators that you brothers follow. None of these guys are family men. None of these guys are holding it down. I'm not sure if Preach, I believe, if I'm correct, I believe he have a family. I think I heard that in one of his videos. But I don't see him on camera promoting this right here. That speaks volumes, but I don't know. Maybe he do, I don't know. But based on what we're hearing right here from these particular men, they're teaching on prostitutes and escorts. Now, again, why am I using this particular video clip? It's to substantiate exactly what I'm saying when showing you the clip with Melanie when she was talking about she would get an escort for her husband if that's what he want after she pretty much agreed to it, meaning that it's not going to go down unless she wanted to. Right? Let's get back into this.
Brother, I actually told a story on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I actually took a high-end escort to a company Christmas function. And I'll tell the story. Maybe when we do another piece of content, I'll tell that story.
Okay.
But you're talking about, I think everybody has to come from where they know. And most people associate, hiring somebody as somebody that just walking down off the street. Mm-hmm. I'm more concerned with my safety, my health, and then legally.
See all the things that he's concerned with? Legally, his health, and all these other things. This man don't pull women. All that high value stuff is all jokes, man. These guys don't pull women, man. They go out there and they pay for women. Anybody can do that. Any of you brothers in the chat, anywhere, anybody can go pay a woman for some box. That's easy. But all that talking stuff that these guys talk about on their channels, at the end of the day, it's all to gas you brothers up. Got y'all all gassed up thinking y'all gonna get some sort of game. These brothers can't even pull women. They gotta go pay for that. That's sad, bruh. In 2022, content creators with millions of subscribers, loot, they got bank, gotta pay women for some box. And now Melanie wanna come into space to teach black women how to be submissive to a man and do X, Y, and Z when she don't have no man. She don't got no husband, but she want to be the voice. This is crazy.
I mean, down here in Atlanta, about a month ago, a dude got knocked off for $1 million in jewelry. What'd he do? He met a chick at the club, took her back to the hotel, bang, put his stuff in the safe in the hotel. He wakes up in the morning, showers on. He thinks she's in there. Then he realizes that she had got him for all that.
First of all, that dude was an idiot, just like Kevin Samuels. You go up into a telly, you got on all this jewelry trying to flash. The woman pretty much lined him up. That was his mistake. He got lined up because women line up dudes all the time. They could see a sucker a mile away because these brothers are thirsty for some vagina. That's all they think about all day. Vagina. That's it. That's all they think about all day. When a brother get up in the morning, first thing he thinking about, how can I get me some vagina? I gotta get me some sweet vagina. I know what I'll do. I'll go in the street and see if I can holler at a sister. Brothers are no longer thinking about their careers, their creativity, building something, being productive. They're not thinking about that no more. Men are just constantly focused on vagina all day. And you brothers are wondering why you're on the bottom, literally. You're trying to figure that out. You're trying to figure out why your life ain't going nowhere because all you think about is vagina all day. You're not getting your money right. You're not focusing on your health. You're not focusing on your fitness, but you're focusing on some box. You're not trying to wife up none of these sisters because you're a whoremonger male. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of whoremonger males in the chat right now who just pump and dump. You don't care about none of these women. You understand? And that's what we have here in the so-called black sector of YouTube. You don't have men that actually teach truth, men that are about the life of building family. So again, when you listen to Melanie, understand who are the men she follow and endorse. That is what she endorse. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I am all for legalizing it. I'm all for, like, if there was something called the Moonlight Bunny Ranch in Reno, Nevada, and there was a series on HBO. When you start understanding that it's actually more cost effective to do it this way. And then when you start talking about things that you've had and I've had, the average guy is not going to be able to get a threesome. You're not going to be able to negotiate that. And if you do, are you going to be able to get the quality and quantity of woman you want to get?
Kevin Samuels, where in the Bible did it say to go get yourself a so-called threesome? This is why this guy's a fraud when he talks about he's a Christian. This guy ain't no Christian, man. This guy's a devil, man. This guy is not leading men in the right path, talking about his brothers helping men to get married. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is what they do when they get their money. These guys are not out here. They don't care about the community. They don't care about you brothers. They don't care about you sisters. They get their money from YouTube. They go hire a couple of escorts in the room, a couple of threesomes, get women to go swing on a pole, do some tricks. Then they go on camera and talk all this stuff like they trying to help the black community. It's a damn joke. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Better to go pay for it. So
you heard what he just said? It's better to go pay for it.
I wanted to jump in on this because I heard a lot of back and forth going on. Yeah. And I think there are good points on either side. I here in the United States, I'm sure you guys have talked about it, how New York City just quote unquote decriminalized prostitution. The governor, because what's about to start happening in this economy, this is about to become a more common occurrence. Now, the difference between that is there are going to be people who are professionals and there are going to be people who are bootlegging.
Yes.
I say stick to the professionals. And I'll drop a little piece of knowledge. For people who want to know how to try this out, go to a website called Eros, EROS.com. Almost every major city in the United States has one.
Interesting. Kevin Samuels is giving you brothers websites where you could go and try all of this out. Ain't that something? And that's the guy that Melanie praise and worship.
And this is where authorized providers go, list themselves. They have to go through a verification process. Photos have to be verified. They got to be verified. And it's better than, you have a better chance of getting the outcome you want than trying to go to Backpage or whatever.
Yeah, he brought up the Backpage. That was crazy. But even Madison, you know, for people who are high income earners or top percents, right? They use those websites with those escorts because it was convenient for them. And it's not like these people are beta males. They're some of the most successful people in society. But for them, they don't have the time. They don't have the willingness to put themselves and expose themselves to any kind of things. They want something that they can trust. And so there's a sense of security in that. And I think for some guys, they can't understand because they get desired by a woman and they feel fantastic. They can't understand that some things are not for everybody. Right? But just because you wouldn't do it doesn't mean that it's not great for a segment of the population. So we should have that discussion there.
We should probably do that. We should probably do a show on this getting into becoming the better version of themselves. The more valuable you become as a man, the more you have to be cautious of how you move.
Now you can see clearly that these particular men are not masculine men that actually dominate. They are essentially using and leading with their wallet. In other words, I can't pull a woman naturally. I don't want to waste my time trying to get to know a woman. So what I'm going to do is bypass all of that and just hire an escort, which is another word for prostitute. And these are the men that you brothers look up to as the guys that have all the influence and the views and the clout, but yet these guys, they have no leadership qualities. They're leading you brothers astray. Kevin Samuels is not even a man. He has no honor at all. This is crazy.
I'll say this, PJ Washington, Brittany Renner. You better watch out what's going on because once it's done, you lose in these courts. Move with purpose. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See, their greatest fear is losing money.
Yeah, you lose for 18 years, so I definitely agree with you on that.
Thank you, fam. Peace out.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
Yeah, he's definitely correct about what he says. You know, I kind of walked around a lot of people who engaged in that kind of work, who did that kind of stuff. And I think when you see it on the outside as a regular person, you're like, I would never pay for this stuff, but understand it's a convenience thing. And sometimes people go about, especially in the red pill community, they glorify being a player. And they just don't acknowledge the time wasted, the money wasted, the energy wasted, and the kind of harm that you bring upon yourself. So you don't have to be for sex work. You don't have to want to engage in it. You don't have to want to do any of it. But understand, for some people, it's absolutely necessary. And if you don't acknowledge that, then you're not interested in understanding other people's experience. You don't want to do it because it's not rewarding. Just don't do it. All right? But you don't have to sit there and tell everyone what they need to do. So that's pretty much all I had to say. I feel like this has gone on long enough, so I appreciate you guys coming. And yeah, we'll probably be on YouTube at some point.
So I said, if I was my husband, you know, felt as though he wanted to do something else, like we, you know, together, like for his birthday, a surprise, whatever, like that.
Right.
A high end, if he felt like that's something that he wanted to do, with my permission, and if that's something we talked about, I don't see the issue with it. Not, you know, and I that needs a longer conversation,
Yes,
JR. You can't just take my comment and people are gonna be like,
definitely.
oh my gosh, she's talking about escorts. No.
See, do you see what just took place here? You see how I was able to do that? You see that? Where did she get the talking points from? She got them from Kevin Samuels. That's where she get that idea from of getting escorts. Is that a woman of God? Is that a woman who's a Proverbs 31 woman? Or is that a woman who's a Jezebel? Let's go.
Oh, y'all don't understand. I ain't gonna go into all that.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I
mean, because the more I'm understanding about men and a man's nature, things like that become less and less offensive to me as a woman. I don't know how to explain it. But the reality is too,
she don't know how to explain the man's nature because she's just repeating what she hear from Kevin Samuels. Melanie know in her right mind, she don't believe any of that. She's the type of woman who is focused on monogamy, that would flip out if she found out that her husband had some other woman, right? She's saying her divorce had nothing to do with infidelity. That's what she says. But she won't go into details about it. Then why keep talking about your so-called divorce? Why keep bringing it up that you're divorced? Why? If you're not going to tell people exactly why, it don't make no sense to even talk about these issues, because in my humble opinion, you're supposed to let people know exactly why you got a divorce, because how could you expect somebody to take you serious when you claim that you are a Christian woman? You claim that God led you, because I watched her videos and she talked about how she met her husband in the ministry. And the reason why she got with him was because she found out that he has purpose. But all of a sudden now, once the YouTube success failed, the divorce took place. So what really caused this divorce?
not looking for a high value man at that level. I was married to someone, a Wall Street executive. He wasn't like that. I mean, even Kevin talks about he is.
Notice she says she was married to a Wall Street executive, and then she brings up Kevin. She speaks more about Kevin than her so-called ex-husband. This is crazy. This is nuts right here, man. Let's get back into this.
Dick discipline. He's not really looking to be, plus he's too tired.
She said Kevin Samuels have dick discipline.
When you're working a lot, you don't get tired to be running these streets, busting something down.
For sure.
You barely want to come home and not slip into a coma, after working all day. So, it's a little complicated.
Yeah, I that's definitely would be, because I know some people are like, she's a horrible, but without having a explanation of it, the context of it.
The context of it. Especially if people don't understand the manosphere, they don't understand the way men think, they're just going to take that and run with it as though, no. So we'll do it. Maybe we should do a video about that specifically.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Now she's saying we should do a video about that. Again, brothers, she's using these particular guys that are infatuated by her to continue to promote her face and her image. I know how this works. That's what an opportunist does. And then once they get to a certain level, then they no longer feel they need you. Now they go on and do their own thing. When you look at all of these pick-me females on YouTube, that's all they do. They all want to be that voice for black women now. But none of these women are married and successful. The majority of them are just single mothers, acting as if though they have all the answers and all the solutions for all of you sisters out there, but none of these sisters are on camera with their husband. But they're trying to tell you what you need to do. But yet, they're not even practicing what they preach. And again, Melanie specialized in thirst trapping. She even was doing that in the YouTube videos she used to do with the kid videos. She had a level of thirst trapping even in those particular videos. And maybe the husband wanted her to tone it down. And to be quite frank, I can tell that she didn't love that man. She never loved that man because she said some things in some other videos that we're going to get into in another stream that was very alarming to me, man. Like, brothers, you really have to know when a woman is with you, for you. Up to now, I have not seen one video of Melanie saying that, you know, me and my husband got a divorce, but I really love him. You know what I'm saying? I miss him. I don't hear that. She never loved him. What she loved was the lifestyle. And I believe, based on my humble opinion, that once the YouTube success and everything started to fall apart, that's when she started to look down on him. Even though he was a Wall Street guy, allegedly, based on what she had to say, he was the mastermind behind those YouTube channels. And I personally feel that she don't have access to those channels because if she did, she would continue to do children's videos. But based on what she said in another video clip that we're going to get into in another stream, she said she was unhappy doing kid videos, meaning that all the videos, if any of you go do your research and you find those other channels, if you look at how she played around with her daughters, did all the kiddie videos, millions and millions of views, making a bunch of money, she said she wasn't happy doing none of those videos. How could a mother not be happy doing videos with her own children? That doesn't make any sense. You understand? That doesn't make any sort of sense, man. But let's get back into this.
I'm 40. I just turned 40 last month. So,
and that's what we consider old, right? In the
well, in the manosphere,
old and washed up.
I'm old, worn out. I just need to buy a dog and die alone at this.
See, she don't believe nothing she just said right there. Because all of that nonsense that Kevin speak in terms of a woman pushing 27, 28, oh, she's in the danger zone. And if a woman is hitting 40, she's in no man's land. You don't see Kevin Samuels and the likes of them telling her, you know, you're in no man's land. Why? Because they go on the outer appearance. They look at the outer appearance of the woman, and because all of these guys want to bang her, right? Because that's exactly what they want to do. She knows that, right? They just want to bang her. But the thing that I look at is this. If Melanie King was such a Proverbs 31 woman, why would her husband divorce her? Why would a man divorce a woman of quality? Why would a man divorce a woman that's a virtuous woman of God? Why would a man do that? Why? That wouldn't make no sense at all, but this is what's going on in these YouTube streets, and we're going to talk about it.
Get a dog and die. Doesn't matter what you got.
No man of value want me because I'm in the retirement home at this point. That's why I'm moving to Florida.
Yeah.
Where all those people move.
Unfortunately. So
crazy people.
Yeah, facts.
Notice she said, and crazy people. And keep in mind, this particular woman have mental issues. She talks about that in videos. About she has mental issues. Keep that in mind. Let's go.
Facts. So you grew up, just outside of DC, and How was your home life? Were you raised by both parents, or were you raised by your mother, or how was that like growing up?
Both parents. My parents are still married, 43 years. And in fact, as a result of my divorce, they were just down here. My dad made a decision for them to move down here to help me.
Now, think about what just took place there. She said that her dad and them moved down to where she is so that they can help her. So basically, you called your parents so they could come down and watch your children? See, this right here, it's not adding up. See, you're supposed to be the mom. Your parents already lived their life. They had you. They had their kids. Now it's your turn. You shouldn't be calling your mom and your dad to come help you when those are your kids. No. That's not what you're supposed to do. You were supposed to be reconciled back to your husband, right? In whom you pushed away. You need to be reconciled back to him and build your home. But you didn't want that. You want to go out there and do your own thing. Because you always want to do your own thing. And because your ex-husband was the mastermind behind the YouTube success, he was the one that edited the videos. This is why when Melanie do videos, the videos are not edited. And she always say, I don't like to edit. That's not really my thing. That's because the husband was the one that did it. And when everything started falling apart, if he's not editing the videos, we can't do the kid videos. So for all we know, the husband probably took that show somewhere else, and maybe they started a whole new channel that we may not know about, and they're doing whatever they're doing. But somebody's benefiting from those particular channels because those channels are still up. It's like about 6 channels, and all of them are mega channels. We're not talking about channels with 2,000 subscribers. We're talking about over 700,000 subscribers each, and they're all monetized. So who's benefiting from these channels? The husband or her? Because she was crying in a particular video saying that she had to start her life over. So in my opinion, based on what I'm seeing here, it seems to me that the husband have access to all of those accounts. And he probably was awarded all of those accounts through the divorce. And this is why when you have a YouTube channel, brothers, that's very successful and you're married and so forth, you can possibly lose something even in those circumstances, you know, because your channel is a business and the judge might end up awarding the wife access to the revenue and tell you, well, you got 3 channels, you could deal with that, but she will have this. So you got to be very careful out here. But something happened in her marriage that made her try to start something new and find a new niche. And she saw the black sector of YouTube as a new money train. And she decided to use her outer influence, which is her looks, to seduce the viewers into coming in.
So I was raised by a very involved father. Him and I are still very close.
Wow.
You know, so I was raised very religiously, Southern Baptist, and I went to Christian school my entire life.
Again, she's pushing all this Christian stuff to make herself appear like she's this godly woman. Let's go.
I went to Christian college 1 year. I was in church 3 or 4 times a week. Sunday morning, Sunday evening, Wednesday night Bible study, Awana on Friday. And then Saturday we go out witnessing or doing prison ministry, homeless ministry, all that type of stuff. So, I mean, it wasn't always constantly like that, but that's basically how I was raised.
Right.
I graduated from a high school. There was only 6 people in my graduating class because that's how small my Christian school was. I was in a big school and a bigger Christian school.
Melanie, stop lying. The reason why your class was so small is because of the condition that you have. I can read you like a book. I can read you like a book. I've been doing this since 2006. You say things that really uncover who you are. It's very easy for me to pinpoint and understand. But let's get back into this.
And I thought I was cute. I was a cheerleader, 9th grade.
She thought she was cute in the 9th grade.
I wear my glasses because I wanted to be, for them cheerleading streets.
Gotcha.
So my father.
Basically, what she just said is she wanted to be a 304. But her dad, being protective, told her to keep on your glasses, as if though wearing the glasses is going to make men not be interested in you. Actually, women that wear glasses look more hot. It's not making no sense. But let's go.
He kept telling me, you better wear them glasses. Finally, he caught me not wearing those glasses. He snatched me out that school and put me in a smaller, more strict school. So that's how I was raised. When I backtalked my father, it was that's how I was raised.
So you were basically like a strict Christian home.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Very strict, very Christian. And my parents are very involved in ministry my entire life. So always helping people, always giving the shirt off their back. It's just the way I was raised. So also grew up in the Pentagon. So my mother worked in the Pentagon almost my whole life. My father does contract work for DEA right now.
Mm-hmm.
That right there threw up so many red flags of you saying that your relatives and whoever worked in the Pentagon, you literally are an agent, in my opinion. That was sent to enter the black space of YouTube to infiltrate. And because these men are so weak on YouTube, they can't really read between the lines. Telling you, y'all, this one right here is an agent. I'm telling you. Y'all can't see that? I don't know, man.
So it's a weird, you grew up in DC, it's federal, a lot of Christian.
Yeah.
It's a weird experience.
Nah, yeah, for sure. Were you the only child growing up, or?
I'm the only child of both my parents. My father was previously married and I have a sister from that. But all my sisters are 10 and 18 years older than me.
Gotcha.
So my mom had a child when she was very young, but it was not of her choice. I'm not gonna get into that. But
now she said her mom had a child when she was very young. It was not of her choice. We can all agree what she's trying to say. That something happened to her mom. Now, she had this child when she was very young. Her mom. Was that child her? Or is she using that to gather more sympathy from the people? Like, wow, your mom, been through X, Y, and Z. Damn, man, that's you. Because, they love to play on the emotions. When I tell you, people that run scams, frauds, and so forth, and they love to manipulate the people through hypnosis and other mind control. They love to play on your emotions. So they'll use catastrophic events, trauma. I got ADHD. These are the things they say. In many of her videos, I've heard her say she have ADHD, X, Y, and Z, and she keeps saying it over and over. I'm like, listen, why are you telling everybody this? Why are you telling everybody this? It's none of our business what you got. But see, when you put it out there, people are going to react to it. That's just the way life works.
My older sister from that.
Got it. So basically the only child in your household.
Mm-hmm. I grew up like an only child.
Yeah.
And that is not good. Only children have problems. So
I think you alluded to that, when Kevin spoke of it, you alluded to that as well, saying that that's a real thing, the only child syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
It makes you very selfish. You're not used to having to get along with other people.
You're not used to getting along with other people. You heard it yourself, people. She agreed with Kevin by saying that she have the only child syndrome. And typically only children, like a child that is like an only child, normally becomes spoiled. Telling you, man, all of you brothers that fell victim to her, telling you, you brothers are weak men.
It's kind of what you want to do. You don't have to share anything.
See?
Yeah.
You know, so it's not the healthiest thing, especially, I mean, I think because I grew up so religiously, that's what kind of saved me. And I think Kevin as well.
Notice how she keep giving Kevin all of this praise and glory. You understand? She keep giving Kevin the praise as if though Kevin saved her. Woman, what did your husband do for you? Like, you praising this dude as if though he's your God. It's crazy.
But otherwise you grow very narcissistic because everything's about you.
Oh man. Did you date any in high school? Or I'm just asking just out of, you know.
JR, you open a can of worms with that one. No, I didn't date. I mean, you know, you have like little school boyfriends. But I'll tell you, when the week I turned 14, and this has a point, this is really quickly. When I turned 14, I was walking around the mall trying to be cute with my friend. And long story short, I met R. Kelly when I was 13, turning 14. And
she's about to tell y'all that she met R. Kelly, people. Now, why is she bringing up R. Kelly? Why is she bringing up R. Kelly, man? She throw a lot of shade on a lot of people, man. She throw a lot of shade on a lot of people. I hope she could take criticism.
It's gonna be good. Just gonna be good.
We went at the time. Cheesecake Factory was at the mall I was at, so we went and sat with him, and I'm like in shock, and he's like, "Call me Robert." So anyway, I ended up meeting him, and I ended up meeting a guy named Reggie on that same day. I was talking to R. Kelly for 3 months. He was trying to get me to come to New York to be in one of his groups. He was like starting a new group, and this is when Aaliyah was popping and all that stuff.
Right.
The guy, I started dating this other guy secretly, like from my parents. I wasn't allowed to date. He was like 5 years older than me.
You were dating a guy secretly and your parents didn't know. And you were a Christian, right? So what were you and this guy doing? Reading the Bible?
But he happened to be a very like godly, very moral man. He still is to this day. His wife, and he's a really good man. But
how you know his wife and he's a good man? Tell you, man, the cap that this woman is pulling is crazy.
I remember he told me, the one boyfriend I had, he was telling me, he's like, you shouldn't talk to R. Kelly anymore. So
he told you shouldn't talk to R. Kelly anymore, but yet he was dealing with you. Were you sexually intimate with this particular guy? So he's warning you about R. Kelly, and you thought that it would be good for you to tell the general public that nonsense. Now, what are you doing that for? Why are you throwing shade on R. Kelly? Because he's down? You figure you're going to build yourself up by doing that? You can't take these type of people serious, y'all.
He's like, and you need to tell your parents.
So let me get this straight. The same guy that you were dating secretly, listen, the same guy that you were dating secretly, your parents didn't know about it. Your dad didn't know you were dealing with this brother. He's telling you that you shouldn't deal with R. Kelly and how you need to go tell your parents about that. But you were dating him secretly. See, when you use critical thinking and you start to really pinpoint what's going on here, you realize this woman is just lying. At this point, the ADHD is kicking in and she's lying about everything. Like she's the narcissist at this point because she's just making stories up. It don't make no sense. You're in a secret relationship with a man, but he's telling you to go tell your mom and dad about R. Kelly was trying to pretty much get you in a group. Can't make this up, people.
So the boyfriend I had was a good guy. So I've always had experiences with very good men, even at a young age. R. Kelly was honestly, I wasn't going to be R. Kelly. My father's not letting me go nowhere. Okay. Yeah. So that was R. Kelly's used to girls that didn't have a father.
Yes.
It was not about that.
You notice what she just did there? She said R. Kelly was used to dealing with girls that didn't have no father. Where'd she get this mindset from? Because if we look at the women that R. Kelly dealt with, these women had fathers. These are all lies, man. She's saying this stuff to get the audience like, wow, R. Kelly, wow.
Life. So, but he was calling me, grooming me every day. And I finally told the other guy, and he said, listen, you need to tell your parents.
So this guy is grooming you every day, but he didn't make you his wife. You was dating this guy, most likely getting it in, but he didn't make you his wife. But he was grooming you, right? Yeah, okay. Grooming you for another man. Wow.
So that was my dating life. And then, you know, that was my boyfriend in high school, I guess, technically.
The question that you should have asked her is her body count. That would have been a better question, because it's like, see, you guys, you being too nice. And the thing is, when you're dealing with these particular women, man, you got to call them out right on the spot. Because a woman who grew up in the religion of Christianity, who was all religious and had all of that nonsense locked down in the house, couldn't go outside, couldn't do nothing, you know what I'm saying, had a bunch of issues, couldn't date, couldn't have no relationships. Those type of women normally be spoiled rotten, and they go outside living their best life, doing what the hell they want to do, and just wilding out in the street. That's what they normally do. And that's what she most likely did. So what he was supposed to ask her is about her body count. So you can really find out the history of what kind of woman she been. Because I know for a fact that she was in junior high, high school. She was doing all sorts of stuff. And nobody can tell me she wasn't. Nobody can tell me she wasn't. And then she ran into that Wall Street guy because of the lifestyle. Let's go.
So this guy was part of R. Kelly's entourage?
No, he wasn't. He was another guy I met at the mall that, you know, guys asked you for your number back in the day.
So you went to the mall because you were going to be in a group with R. Kelly, but then you met some other guy, got his number, and for some reason he groomed you and told you you shouldn't date R. Kelly. You want me to believe that? A guy that don't even know R. Kelly got your number and told you not to deal with R. Kelly. Well, the reason why he told you not to deal with R. Kelly because he wanted to deal with you. This is not making any sense, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody in the clouds. Make sure you click the like button. You know what I mean? Let's go.
Gotcha.
You know, and I met him, and he ended up actually being a very good influence in my life. So my parents to this day, they really love him because of that.
Your parents really love him because of that. Do your parents love your ex-husband? That's what I want to know. Because I never heard you talk about anything concerning love with your ex. And I find that to be very alarming. Let's go.
So.
You've been married about 10 years, 12 years, I think.
I was married. I mean, if you count, like, you know, what you're still, I guess, technically married through the divorce. It's like 12 years, but 11 years actually married. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that time after college, and I'm just asking, hopefully I'm not getting too personal. That time after college, from that time up until the point you got married, what was your life like during that time?
I mean, I dated. I didn't really have a boyfriend. Honestly, I have ADHD, and I have to say this only because I found out last year I had ADHD. I have to say this because when you have it, your memory, you lose some short-term memory. So there's like.
She just said she didn't have no boyfriend, but she just finished saying that she was dating somebody. You can't make this up, people. You can't.
Things I don't even, like, there's college classes I used to forget that I had the class. That's how bad my memory will get short term.
Right.
So, like, I had, like, you know, a couple of boyfriends.
A couple of boyfriends. A couple of boyfriends.
A lot of the boyfriends I had were in church. You know?
A lot of the boyfriends she had was in the church. You see what goes on in the religion of Christianity? Wow.
No, so I wasn't ever like dating guys for the streets or, you know.
All of that is cap.
Out there like that.
So you were still in the church.
Always remember, brothers, when a woman says something, always look at what she didn't say. If a woman say it's hot outside, it's most likely cold.
Post college.
I was, in and out. I'm backsliding, living my life. My mother praying. She went to the club, Lord. Oh God, we have to die, And so I was living that backslidden life, in and out the church, and then in my early 20s, I decided, I wanted to.
Just a little warning, if a moderator show up and anybody's in the chat doing any cussing, any of that foul language and profanity, the moderator is going to block you. I'm busy doing my show, so I really can't focus on no chat. But once a moderator step into the building, best believe there's going to be some people getting booted out. So be prepared to be blocked. Let's go.
Quit all that. And I actually worked on something what really transformed me. I worked on something called the Bible Experience out in LA, where it's a bunch of Black actors who read the Bible.
She said she worked on the what is it? Some experience. I remember hearing something about that. I think it was like a voiceover particular thing. That was many years back, but she's saying that she worked on that. Let's go.
It's like everybody, Blair Underwood, like every Denzel Washington's in it. Like, so that's what kind of started me on that. And then I started working in ministry from that point. But I also my background was not working full-time ministry. I worked at PBS, XM Radio, Condé Nast. I worked at Vogue. I worked at Brides Magazine. So I had a lot of good jobs. And a lot of, I wasn't always in ministry, but I decided probably around 23 to go more into ministry, 23, 24.
Got it. So you were just you spent your 20s in media. I mean, that time
in media and in and out the church, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. That was my whole.
1 foot in and 1 foot out. You can't make this up, people. 1 foot in and 1 foot out. 1 foot in and 1 foot out. That's what she said. So she was living in the world and she was living in the church. That's what she was doing. You can't make this up, people. You really can't.
Existence.
I mean, it seems
and then
like
at some point I was just like, this is getting tired.
Yeah. I mean, that's good. It seems like you never left based off, but we'll get into that part because I had a question to ask you.
It's just like you have a backslidden moment. Like, I was, you know how it goes.
Yeah, you're human. You know what I mean?
So you're human. You're human. So you're going to justify her backsliding and doing all of that because she's human. These people don't follow the Most High.
Exactly. I'm not as strict like that anymore. Like, it's not that serious. Like,
right.
The older you get, the more you realize, the more life you live, the more you realize it ain't that serious.
What she basically said is the Bible is not serious to her no more. That's basically what she just said. The older you get, the more you realize that it ain't that serious.
So you got married around what, 27, 29?
I got married at 28, 29. It's funny. My anniversary is, we got married 3 days after my birthday. Mm-hmm. So I just turned 29.
Okay.
I want to say, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Got it. So why at that point in life did you decide to get married at that point?
That's a good question. Why at that point after you had all of those so-called boyfriends in the church? Because if you were dating all those guys in the church fooling around, then you weren't no virgin when you got married. I'm just saying. See, again, I'm not impressed with none of this. A lot of these guys on YouTube, they just so thirsty. They see anything that look light skinned, they go crazy. You know what I'm saying? The locks are not real. It's not real. It's like there's nothing organic there. And she's not breathing. If you look at her posture, she's holding in her stomach. Probably got one of them, what is that waist trainer stuff or whatever that's called? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's what they have nowadays. They have that crap that they put around them. Them women about they training their waist. You know what I'm saying? She's not breathing, man. Like, this is crazy.
Which I still consider good timing. My opinions are different. I'm not a parrot. I don't repeat things that I have my own opinion.
Lie.
as far as when a woman.
Lie. All of y'all repeating Kevin Samuels. Lie. All of y'all repeating him. Stop the cap. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, y'all all repeating Kevin Samuels, and it's crazy now, for real. Let's go.
Woman should get married and things like that. I think that that's a good time around 27 to 30, age range.
My mother.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, my mother, my entire life used to say, you should get married at 29 and have a baby at 30. And I actually did it. I didn't do it on purpose. I wasn't listening to her. I was like, but my entire life, she told me 29, 30. That shows you the power of a mother and what she has to say to a child. It actually can really embed into your psyche. And I literally did it. But I grew up with a God will lead you to your husband. So it was different than most women. Like I never fantasized.
So let me get this straight, Melanie. You believe that God is going to lead you to your husband. He led you to that husband, right? You get with him and now your marriage is over. Was it God that led you to that man, or was it the devil? I want to know. I want to know exactly what's going on, because a lot of times women love saying God did this and God sent them a man. And at the end of the day, they get a divorce. So you really got to ask yourself the question, did you hear from God or did you hear from the devil? Which one?
About weddings and getting married. I just knew that who God had for me, he would show up when he said,
Actually, she is a pick-me. Let me see who had said that. Let me see. I can't even see the damn name, man. Nakasha. She is a so-called pick-me. There's a video clip I'm going to have in another video where she was like, she's a pick-me, and she kept saying, pick me. So she is, in fact, following that pick-me movement nonsense. You understand? Let's go.
If I just kept on living, I'm not saying that was the smart thing to do.
Right.
But it worked at the time.
Right. And that's how it happened.
Yeah. Because he was doing ministry. And I felt as though his purpose was something I can get behind.
Notice what she just said about the husband. Notice what she said, fam. She saw the brother, who is her ex-husband, mind you. She saw him in the church. She looked at him in the ministry and said, this is the kind of brother I could get behind him because he's doing the ministry. I can get with him. We could build a family. Peep what she said. Listen to what she said here. Let's go. Let's get back into this.
I actually started helping in ministry. So that's how we met. So when they talk about women, a lot of women are praying for a husband or this, that, and the other. But I talked about this with Tim Tebow, and his wife,
Fam, when you see somebody, all right, if we're having an interview, right? Check it out. We're having an interview, right? I should be looking in the camera if we're having an interview. If I'm on a one-on-one with someone on YouTube and we're talking, I should be looking into the camera, right? It's cool to look away for a quick second, but you should have eye contact. When you look at her and her eyes is always turning to the side and she's like looking to the side and talking to the thin air, she's actually thinking of what to say. She's thinking of a lie to come up with. You understand? Peep that. You can learn a lot from that when you watch people. Let's get back into this.
A lot of times, women want a man to just find or just show up. But I actually put myself in a position to be found. And
she's saying that she put herself into a position to be found, but yet she has a divorce. The reason why she's saying that she put herself in a position is because, again, she want to sell you sisters this lie that if you just listen to her and put yourself in a position, you will be able to find a husband. That's what she wants you to believe. Don't believe the hype, man. Let's go.
And was getting behind a man's purpose before it was even go time.
There you go.
I didn't know what that would end up being, but I was just kind of following what my heart was telling me to do at the time.
She's telling you what you want to hear at this point. What you want to hear. And I don't know if you can see. I just paused the video real fast. You don't see that line by the shirt? You don't see that? She's wearing one of them things, man, that go around yo. You can't see that? Am I the only one that can see this, man? Wow. And yo, that's crazy. And I didn't even try to do that. I just paused the video and I can see the waist trainer on there, man. This is crazy.
So
it sounds like you had like
divorced now, but like, you know, people grow and change.
Absolutely.
But at the time I really felt like that's what I was supposed to do.
Right.
See what she just did? She said people change. But at that time, I thought that's what I was supposed to do. She totally took her divorce and threw it under the rug and act like it's just a joke. So now she's back on the market to look for a new man. Melanie, you're a Christian, right? Check this out. The Bible says that if you're married to a particular man and you separate, the Bible that you claim you believe says that you are bound to your husband according to the law as long as he liveth. And the only way you can get with another man is if your husband be dead. That's what the Bible says. So when you talk all this divorce stuff, you ain't divorced. You can't get with no other man unless your husband be dead. And if he's not dead and you get with another man, according to the Bible, it says that you're an adulteress. That's what the scripture says. It says you're an adulteress if you do that. So think about that. All this divorce stuff that women be saying like they free, they don't follow the Bible, fam. They really don't. They don't follow the Bible. Because if they did, they would know better than talk all this nonsense as if though they're a free agent or something. Let's go.
So did you, prior to, I'm assuming he proposed to you, but prior to that, did you ever get any other proposals from other men?
No, that's when women talk about all these proposals. I'm like,
Wow.
This woman is full of crap, bro. You want us to believe that no man tried to hit on you to propose? No man. It's crazy.
because I never put myself in a position to be with a man close enough that he would do that.
You just finished saying that when you were growing up, you had all these boyfriends and all these guys in school and so forth. In the church, you grew up in the church, you dated all these different guys, but now you're saying you weren't in a position. You see all the contradictions, fam?
Gotcha.
That's what I don't get. Like, if I wasn't serious about him, like, I don't understand how you get all these proposals. It's very bizarre to me because I'm like, I just didn't play around like that. I didn't play with marriage.
You didn't play around like that? Bruh.
Like that. I grew up like it was serious. You don't play games like that. You know, if a man's that serious about me to ask me to marry him, and we've had conversations about this is what we've, you know, you don't just like get proposed to out the blue. At least I haven't. I've had one proposal.
Yeah.
My entire life.
Did you know it was coming, and how long did it take?
Yeah, because we planned it. Like, we talked about it. I had designed my ring.
Bruh. She said she designed her ring. All you brothers out there, don't buy no woman no wedding ring. Nowhere in the Bible did it say to buy a woman a wedding ring. It's not in there. If you do your origin, do a Google search for the origin of the wedding band, that was actually a marketing thing in order for them to sell diamonds. Diamonds really have no value, fam. You know that? When you see these foolish rappers talking about their diamonds, $500,000 chain and all this nonsense, those guys are idiots. Diamonds have virtually no value. But because in a certain period of time, they pushed the wedding band as a marketing thing of love expressed from a man. In other words, if a man gives you a ring, that's an expression of his love. And they taught men that if you do this, right, the woman will love you because of this ring. So you have a lot of guys going out there getting these rings, but look, she did all of that designing for her ring, right? But now she's divorced. Stop wasting your money buying these rings. You're just wasting your money at this point.
I could shed some tears right now, but go ahead.
What happened? What I did?
No, I'm just saying. You said we planned it. We planned it. I designed my ring. So I mean, in terms of like, you guys actually had conversations, and he didn't just come out the blue.
No, you have to plan something like that. I mean, marriage is serious, and if you're going to build a life together, there's foundational things that need to be done. You just don't get married. It's foolish, in my opinion. Like, you got to make sure you're aligned. You got to make sure you have the same vision. You got to have conversations. If you want to be married, how many kids it has to be planned. And that's why when Kevin talks about dating with intent.
Again, she's talking about Kevin. She's telling you right here that you got to plan it. You got to do this. You got to talk about it. But what she's talking about it with all of those guys in the church that she dated. No. But all of a sudden now you need to talk about it. Okay, you talked about it with your ex, but you got a divorce. What's good with that? Let's go.
Tension.
Yes.
To me, I've just never done anything but that. So any guys that I dated.
She's perfect. And she's perfect, right? Again, if you're joining in the show, title of the video is Melanie King, a holy Proverbs 31 woman or a Jezebel reaction. Click the like button as you enter the show. Let's go.
Before it was just like, I'm just dating. I'm just in feelings. But I knew in my heart that God would kind of let me know when it was like the right situation.
Right.
But you got a divorce now. People got to stop using God for everything and saying God led me this and God did this. No. God didn't lead you. Satan led you at the end of the day.
So proposed to me, I would never do that to a man. Get close enough that I knew that he would feel comfortable enough to do something like that. It would
listen, this lady, when I tell you she lying, when I tell you she just making stuff up as she go, it's crazy what I can see through this, man.
I don't know how that happens.
You don't play those games. Yeah, you don't play those games, basically.
She want you to believe that she don't fool around, she don't flirt, she don't do none of that. But when she's on camera and mostly all her videos, she's thirst trapping men. And she want you to believe that she don't do X, Y, and Z. Y'all, you brothers, man, y'all got to really get with the program, man, for real.
No, like when they talk about their male orbiters, they're talking to 2, 4, 5 dudes at the same. All this. Do you know when I started listening to Kevin and the manosphere, and this was new information to me because I didn't know. That's not my existence. That's why I was like, me and my parents loved Kevin. They like binge watch him, and my mom.
She said her parents watch Kevin. You don't notice she keep promoting Kevin all day? She don't even promote her own husband? Okay, they got a divorce, but she don't even promote him as if though he did anything for her.
We'll call each. I'm like, Mom, what are they talking about? These women got all these men and hanging around. She's like, girl, I know. I don't know what these.
She acting like she don't know women out here 304ing. She really acting like she don't know what's going on. And Melanie, we know you got your lips done. And your nose. We can see that. How do I know? Because if you go back to your older videos, we can see the difference. And I know you would love to go to those channels and remove all of those videos like you did on your original Melanie King channel. I know you would. Because in those videos, we can clearly see who your husband was. We can clearly see. And he was out of shape. And again, we're only reacting. You know, like how you react and you talk about the Jenner lady or whatever her name is. right? Remember, you're in the black sector of YouTube, you know, where people do reaction videos. How does it feel when someone's reacting to you? See, it's easy when you react to other people's videos, right? When you could talk about other women that you know are not all that attractive, women that may be a little overweight, right? You feel comfortable talking about them because you figure, hey, you know, you good, you know what I'm saying? You Melanie King, you know what I mean? You figure you good, you got yourself together, right? That's what you believe, right? But see, you got Ringo over here, you know, in his man cave. You know, this is where all the magic happens, you see. That's right. Shout out to all the patrons who support the show. You know what I'm saying? Your support is what allowed me to do what I do. I ain't like these other content creators who get support and they don't put the support back into the production value of the videos. It makes no sense. Let's get back into this.
Because that wasn't my existence.
You weren't, and that's why, like, I think I said it to you a couple times before, that I'm like, how are you shocked at all these things? But now that you've explained it, how you were raised, and
she's making it seem like she was in a cage, locked in a garage somewhere. Again, fam, Melanie didn't grow up in the hood. She didn't grow up in the black community. She most likely was raised in a predominantly mixed or white community. Let's just put it out there the way it needs to be. You understand? She was not in the hood. She don't know what it's like. She don't know what it's like to struggle. She never had none of those issues. So all of a sudden now I'm seeing her talking about, you know, she want to speak about this and God has a calling for her and X, Y, and Z. And, you know, he want her to reach the people. Listen, I don't want to hear none of that, man. You need to go right back to YouTube and do those kid videos and do what you were doing with your husband. Submit yourself back to him and be reconciled. You understand? Don't talk none of this talk like you this great woman, but you most likely had something to do with that man leaving. A man is not going to leave a good Proverbs 31 woman. A man is not going to leave that.
You were kind of guarded from these certain type of lifestyles, which is why parents...
Let me tell you something, man. I got 4 daughters, right? 4 daughters. My elder daughter, she's 13, right? She pretty much doing her thing, you know what I'm saying? Going to school, dressing up, doing all of that stuff that girls do. I let her do certain things so she could learn certain things, right? Because she's a girl. She's going to learn things as she go. She's not locked in a cave. You can't leave kids locked in a cave. They're going to have to learn the good, the bad, and the ugly either way. And then you teach them and you school them on what's right from wrong. And then after that, you let them rock. If they want to go out there and, you know, live in the world and be a heathen, hey, at the end of the day, I don't got nothing to do with that. Because as a father, I did what I had to do. Train up a child in the way they should go when they're young. When they're old, they won't depart from it. That's scripture right there. You know? So she's acting like she was in a cage somewhere, locked up. Never knew what's going on and couldn't understand how relationships are. The way she's talking in all these different interview videos is as if though her eyes were open to the reality of all of this. She's literally trying to fit in a man's space by acting and thinking like a man. This is crazy, man. This is really crazy.
Father, especially. Not to say that I'm not taking anything away from a mother, because
No, it's the father.
Yeah.
It's the father. It's not the mother.
If it's the father, why your husband left you? Because that's what you're spinning. You're spinning this as if though, well, you didn't file for divorce. Well, if you didn't file for divorce and he did, what caused the separation? Because if the father is not there, how does that impact the children? See, you can't be a Proverbs 31 woman. I don't want to hear that. You know, let's get back into this.
And because my mother was way more lenient than my father. She's way more emotional. She grew up in a house where she never got a spanking. It was just wild. She didn't meet her father till his funeral when she was an adult. She met him in his casket.
Sheesh.
My father grew up with 2 parents. There was 9 of them. And I mean, it was a hardcore disciplinary spankings every day.
Yeah.
Like, they weren't playing games. So his side of the family was way more structured, way more. We don't have no one on that side is on welfare. They all have good government jobs or military or work for the U.S. Marshals. Like that side of the family, no one has money troubles. It's like a very rare thing in a Black family.
Notice what she said. Nobody has money troubles. Everybody had government jobs, this, that. No one had money troubles. People, I submit to you, Melanie was not raised in the typical Black community. There is no way this woman can speak on Black issues. She was not raised around predominantly Black people. She was raised around a mixed group of people that were non-Black, and that is how she was raised. If you go look at some of her old videos, right, from the kiddie channels, right, she's in one of her videos wearing a wig, right, a blonde wig. You would not think that this is a Black woman. The way she was carrying herself, the way she was performing, the way she was talking, you would not think that that was a Black woman there. That's why I'm not buying none of this. That's why I'm looking at her and I'm watching all these content creators promoting her as if though she's some face for Black women. No, she's not no face for no Black women. She's literally an opportunist who's trying to gravitate towards the Black community now after what she had with her husband failed. That's an opportunist. You're not gonna get content like this from nobody else, man. Make sure you click that like button, because no other brother on YouTube is breaking it down like this, because everybody's capping. You know what I mean? Everybody, when they have her in their presence, man, these brothers be simping like crazy, because they all like her. You have to understand that. And this is why I said that if Melanie was to ask all of these simps, would y'all like to come over to the crib, you know what I'm saying, so we could get it in? All of those brothers be ready to get it in. You understand? See, I already done know that this woman carries a spirit. That's why I talked about that movie in the beginning of the stream. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it Beowulf or something like that, or Beowulf or Beowulf, something like that. Look up that particular movie and watch it, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. 3 men were literally seduced by the succubus spirit and end up laying with a demon. They all knew the consequences, but they did it anyway. That is what happens to a brother that don't understand beauty. You understand? The Bible says that beauty is vain because it's used by women to seduce men and lure them in. You know? A Proverbs 31 woman is not out there thirst trapping brothers. If a sister know that she's attractive, she's going to tone it down because she know that it will absolutely make men start to do things around her just because of that. So a woman that has respect for herself is going to carry herself a certain way. She's not going to expose herself. She's not going to do all this extra stuff, you know, because she has an advantage. You have to understand that. That's why the Bible warned us, brothers, about beauty is vain, but a woman who fear the Lord, she shall be praised. You know? Let's get back into this.
Side of the family, even my mother's side of the family, they turned out all right, but his side, so she's this kind of touchy-feely. She's a very good mother in terms of emotional connection and taking care and really believing in you and
Right.
really supportive. But my dad, he was not about that life. Now, one thing he used to do to me, like when he would spank me, he would spank me and then afterwards sit me down and talk to me about
Yeah.
he had to
Yeah.
spank me.
I don't see what was funny in that. I really don't see what was funny.
Oh yeah. And I realize now it was a very unique experience having a father like that. And even down today, he's moving down at his age to help me. That shows you the power of a father. And even
how old is
now
your
I
father?
can talk to him better than I can talk to my mother.
Because it sounds like your father's a little bit older. How old is your father?
He is 7. He just turned 71.
Okay.
And my mom is turning 72 in December.
Right. I just thought he was a little bit older because I know you said your siblings were like, 15 or 18 years older, you said. So I just
No,
thought
one is
he was
10 years older and one is 18 years older. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because your parents are about my well, my mother's age. My mother is 69, so that's why I was thinking that they were like in their 80s or something like that.
No. They had me in their 30s, early 30s. So
gotcha.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense. So you hit on something just now though, and I want to ask your opinion on it. Your family sounds conservative, and in my opinion, traditionally, the Black family, or as a culture here in the United States, we have conservative values, but we live more of a liberal lifestyle. What are your thoughts on that?
100% guarantee. I mean, we were a George Bush family. We voted for George Bush.
Telling you, bruh. She's an agent, bruh. There's no way around this mess, man. If you're viewing this, man, you're viewing the best on YouTube, man, hands down.
My parents switched from being Republican when Barack Obama came about. And they voted for Barack Obama. So we were, I was raised Southern Baptist. I mean, you vote the Christian vote.
Again, you see how she keep looking to the side before she say what she have to say? She's lying. Look at the facial expression. You can't see it in her eyes. She's lying, fam. She's lying. Body language, man. Body language 101. Look at her eyes. Look at the posture of her mouth, her lips, how she's looking down. She's just saying what needs to be said to hopefully get that across so the people could accept.
Right.
Up and down. And I find in general, Black men are very conservative in their morals.
Right.
If you're not a Pookie and a Ray Ray. But most Black men of value, and I'm not talking about high value because I ain't sweating no high value.
I got you.
She says she don't sweat no high value man. Listen.
I ain't sweating no high value.
I got you.
Because I ain't sweating no high value.
I got you. Yeah,
they can miss me with it. But a man of value.
She said you can miss me with that high value man stuff, but yet she's praising Kevin Samuels.
Is somebody that I consider moral, a man who has high character, a man who's family oriented, a man who's has purpose and is living his purpose.
You're married, you got a kid. Listen. You're married, you got a kid.
Now keep in mind what you're about to hear. Now again, what did Melanie say? She like guys that has morals, values, family orientated, and X, Y, and Z, right? We're about to listen to Kevin Samuels give the worst advice in history to a Black woman. This will prove that Melanie is literally an opportunist who is only going by talking points to make her way into the Black sector of YouTube to be accepted by the majority of people as a certified voice when she have no work that shows that she been in the community or speaking on Black issues. Listen to this from Kevin Samuels.
You were sloppy with your cheating. He asked, and did you really have to tell him if you were not going to continue? Listen, if you weren't going to continue to see her.
That woman had an affair with a woman. Kevin Samuels is like, giving her this horrible advice. Listen.
Did you have to share that? Because see, let me tell you ladies something.
Listen.
And I'm going to explain this to you. Don't tell men truths that they can't handle. If you had an affair with a woman and you weren't planning on doing it, you should have lied to your husband.
Wow.
If you had an affair with a woman and you weren't planning on doing it, you should have lied to your husband. If you had an affair with a woman and you weren't planning on doing it, you should have lied to your husband.
That's crazy. You hear what this man told this sister.
But a man of value is somebody that I consider moral, a man who has high character, a man who's family oriented, a man who's has purpose and is living his purpose.
I want all the people in the clouds, all the people all over to listen carefully what this man just said. That's the advice that came from Mr. High Value. This woman cheated on her husband with another woman. Kevin Samuels told her, you should have never told your husband what you did. Should have kept it to yourself to save your marriage. The Bible says in Leviticus chapter 19, verse 11, ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. But Kevin Samuel's a Christian. Kevin Samuel's believe in Jesus. But he's teaching our women to lie to their husband. Her and her husband separated. They're about to get their divorce. He told this sister last night to lie. You should have lied. You should lie. Now, what does that do to our women? What will that do to our sisters? It will make our women in today's day lie to their husband after they went out and did dirt. It encourages our women that if they go out there and cheat, keep it on the low. How does that advice help you sisters be better when you're dishonest to your man, but you have some nerve to expect your man to be right by you while you're doing dirt and he's telling you to lie? Listen carefully.
Should have lied to your husband. Should have lied to your husband. You goddamn right. You should have lied and kept your family together. You should have carried that guilt around like a goddamn albatross around your neck and kept your family together for your kid instead of unburdening yourself, telling him the truth, wrecking your own home.
Unburdening yourself. Unburdening yourself. Let me see if I can pull this thing up. Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. Unburdening yourself. I think I got this scripture here. All right. Now, he told her, in other words, she should have never unburdened herself. Let's see what the Bible says. Galatians chapter 6, verse 2. Bear ye one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ. You devil. Teaching our women evil. You're not no Christian. You don't follow the Bible. You are a snake. The Bible says to bear ye one another's burdens. That's the particular video right there in case you want to watch that whole video in its entirety. That's the video that's on the screen. Kevin Samuels advised woman to lie to her husband about infidelity. You can find it on my channel. Yeah, this is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. Which means as a woman, if she's sinned against her man, her job is to go to him and confess her faults. Now, again, why are we doing all of this? Why am I showing these clips? Again, it's to make my point. She just finished saying that the kind of man she like, that she's into, is a man that got morals, values. He's about family. He's about this. He's about that. But clearly what we see in here is not about what she said she's into. It doesn't make no sense. In hopes to get forgiveness, to reconcile, to look for help. She could have kept it to herself, but she went to her man because she felt guilty about that. But you're telling our sisters to keep it to themselves and lie? That's wrong, man.
But a man of value is somebody that I consider moral, a man who has high character, a man who's family oriented, a man who's has purpose and is living his purpose. Mm-hmm. So I find most Black men are very conservative in their.
She's basically trying to make it seem like all Black men are about family and about morals and values. And really? Okay. This is crazy, man, when you really think about it, man. Let's go.
In what they want. I find Black women are more liberal, in my opinion.
I got you.
Because we're led more by our emotions.
She's telling you, brothers and sisters, what you want to hear. She's saying all the right things to tickle your ears.
and feminism, which has destroyed the Black community. But
she said feminism, which destroyed the Black community that she don't live in. See, I can't take nobody serious when they talk about the Black community and they don't live around Black people. Can't take you serious. You know what I mean? I'm around Black people all the time. So I know how they move. I know what they go through. I know all the issues. That's why I could talk about it. But she didn't grow up like that, nor does she live around that community. So why does she care now? She wasn't worried about the Black community. She wasn't worried about Black women health. She wasn't worried about Black women that are obese. She wasn't worried about anything until the YouTube fame she had fell apart and the divorce took place. Then she made herself a video of her crying, talking about she needs to start over to find something new to do. See, Melanie, I'm a prophet. I can read your card. Yeah. If anything, the Most High have me here doing this work to let you know that you need to go back to your husband. You need to go back and be reconciled and get out of the Black sector of YouTube. Go back and do the videos with your children, right? Reconcile what you had. Because as long as you're over here, I'm going to be reacting to your videos. And I'm going to be uncovering exactly what's going on so that the people can know how you really move. Because they need to know the truth. And I don't like charlatans and I don't like frauds. And I don't like the fact that all these guys on YouTube is protecting you, promoting you. And then it's like this thing of where people saying, well, because you were successful on YouTube, it's not like you really need this promotion. Yes, you do. You need this promotion. You need brothers on YouTube to promote you because you will never be accepted in the Black space of YouTube unless these men simp to promote you. Because the success that you had on YouTube wasn't because of you. See, Melly, you need somebody to tell you that. You're very, very, very conceited. Your success that you had on YouTube was not because of you. It was because of your husband. And you know who were the talented ones? Your children, because they were the stars of the show. It wasn't you. See, I watched a couple of your videos. So I know what's going on. Your husband was the mastermind behind that show. He's the one who put in the work. He put in the editing. He did the promotion. It was all his work. And your children were the stars of the show, but you wanted to be the star. And you didn't like the fact that he was the one with the talent. And you became envious of that. And you wanted to go do your own thing. And you decided that once everything fell apart with whatever happened on YouTube, that you're going to go to the Black sector of YouTube and start over and start to talk about Black women issues and calling out this and promoting this and talking about, well, I learned from Kevin Samuels. And when I first heard Kevin Samuels, stop all the cap, man. And stop using the word cap because you don't even know what it means. See, none of these content creators could protect you. Not from my reaction videos, because I'm only reacting to this to just prove a point that you're an opportunist. And I can see through you. You know, what work have you done in the community? What work have you done in the Black sector of YouTube that we can look at and find? You came from the niche of doing kids videos. You were not speaking on these issues. See, Kevin Samuels can never stop do what he's doing right now. If he tried to stop, his whole channel would fall apart because nobody would accept that. They want him to continue to do what he's doing. And he's already tired. He's not getting the numbers that he used to get. It's not happening no more. It's going down now. You know, the train is coming to a stop. So while you holding on to all these other content creators thinking that they're going to take you to the promised land, they're going to help you cross the Red Sea, that water going to devour you in that Red Sea. Because we all know you don't follow the Most High Yah. You have not repented of your sins. You reject spiritual authority. You want to be the one to rule and dominate. That's what you want. You're going to be hearing a lot from me. Trust and believe. Because all these other guys on YouTube are simps that will cater to you and tell you what they want you to hear because they're looking at your outward appearance. I don't care about your outward appearance. I don't care about that because I know the scriptures and I know what to look out for when it comes to women. You're a made up person. Lip job, nose job, fake hair. This is real. You understand? You got to be true to yourself. You don't know what's going on in the community. And the people that you're behind are frauds. Kevin Samuels, 2 divorces. He don't know nothing, and he cannot offer anybody any advice because he don't have no wife. You don't got no husband now. How you gonna help black women when you don't got no man? Who's taking care of the children? We know it's not you. I know your children is not being taken care of by you. You're not the one taking care of them. Most likely your parents are, or there is a sort of joint custody thing, or maybe you don't have them. You need to let the public know, and your followers know exactly what's going down. Because as a content creator, it's all about transparency. And if people don't believe in you and they don't trust you, you're not going to make it. You might have had success doing kitty videos and all that other stuff, but this is the black sector of YouTube. And it's not going to be easy. You have a lot of cats over here, a lot of brothers that are strong, and then you have a lot of weak men that will cape for you. Not me. I'm going to let you know the real. Let's get back into this.
As we delve into the question I wanted to ask you, which kind of goes off of this, which is I heard you speak, as well as this is I've heard this said before, but when you talked about it on your live the other day, the Proverbs 31 woman, can you explain, just briefly what that is and what it means to you?
Yeah, so I mean, growing up, the Proverbs 31 woman is beaten to your head. She's held as along with other women in the Bible, but in particular, guys, I've heard so many sermons, so many teachings on this.
Yeah.
She really don't know what she's talking about. Again, she don't know the scriptures, but let's hear her out.
But the Proverbs 31 woman.
Look how she's looking around. Again, what I taught you. When someone looks around look, all right, if I'm on camera right now and I'm like this, let me put this one. And I'm like this talking and you ask me, hey, Ringo, man, what is the Proverb 31 woman about? Well, the Proverbs 31 woman, it's like, all right, my pastor, he used to teach on it. He used to really teach on it. And it's about a woman who, she's a woman of God and she's virtuous. People, if you see somebody doing that on camera, they're lying to you at this point. They're lying. That woman never opened the Bible. She don't know what's going on. Let's go.
Was a woman on purpose. She's married, she has kids.
She just said the Proverbs 31 woman is married and she have kids. Melanie is not married. Strike one.
But it talks about how she leads a very disciplined life, a very orderly life.
Discipline and order. Melanie, in videos, I've heard you say with your own mouth that you were horrible with money management. Again, you're dealing with the best on YouTube. Been here since 2006 putting in work. Now, if you're a real Proverbs 31 woman, you wouldn't be bad with money. Money management. I have receipts on that. I got video of you saying that. You understand? I don't play with my research. When I research people, I really do my research. That's strike two. Let's go.
She's what they call a boss. Okay.
Strike three. Nowhere in the Bible it talks about a Proverbs 31 woman as a boss. It's not in the book. You understand? It's not in the book. And Nakasha, you're right. You're right on that one. You know what I'm saying? I talked about that in my previous video. You know what I mean? But that's strike 3. All this boss stuff, no. You don't supposed to be no boss.
She has servants. She has a business.
Notice what she says. She has a business. She have this. She have servants.
But
again, she's looking up, trying to figure her out.
Her priority is her husband.
Your priority is your husband. Why are you divorced? And if you're a boss and you have a business, how could you tend to your husband if you're focused on all these other things?
And then her children. She uses her business to benefit her husband and her family.
Why would you use your business to benefit your husband? It's not what the scriptures say. It didn't say that, Melanie. Melanie, it did not say that. See, you see the difference, Melanie? You see the difference between the way I'm talking, right? See, I'm actually a man of the Most High, right? I'm not like the simps who interview you who don't know nothing, right? And you would never be on my platform. I would not have you here at all, doing no interviews. No. Because I'm not impressed. See, when you come to the black sector of YouTube, number one, the people you're supposed to be talking to are the OGs, the people who've been here before everybody else. Those are the people you talk to. You're talking to all the wrong people. They're not going to teach you the game. They're not going to teach you nothing. They're going to give you a bunch of nonsense, and it's not going to be healthy for you. That's why I'm doing my talking right now. You see? To let you understand the difference between masculine men that are actually in the space from brothers that are just capping for you, brothers that are just out here putting on a circus show, a minstrel show, teaching people lies. See, I'm the real deal. This is what you call a real reaction video. I make the best reaction videos on YouTube. Nobody do a better job. No one. So all this nonsense you're talking about with the Proverbs 31 woman, she's a boss, she's a this and that, no.
Family, her children, and they rise up and call her blessed. Her husband cherishes her.
Your husband cherishes you. Why you don't have him now? If you're a Proverbs 31 woman, shouldn't your husband cherish you? I have not heard you one time say that even though you have a divorce, that you love your husband. You know why? Because you don't love your husband. See, the Most High is speaking through me right now to deliver this message to you. You claim you believe in the Bible, but do you believe in his prophets? Do you believe that the Most High can send teachers, pastors, and prophets your way? See, you already done gone astray because you've been living a rebellious life. Money, riches, fortune, and fame, living in the best homes. I get it. Beautiful life, trips, could buy whatever you want, drive the best cars. Because of that, you've been spoiled rotten your whole life. You've been told you're beautiful 1,000 times. And to the point where you're not even satisfied with what you look like, you had to go out there and do other things to your body to try to enhance it. Am I talking about you? Am I pulling your card? It's just a reaction. But see, this reaction is full of truth. Let's go.
Her business isn't a divisive point, which right. I feel like now a lot of times women want a business because I don't need no man, when really your business should be undergirding your family, undergirding your husband.
But you're not doing that. You're not doing that. I have receipts on you saying that you're happy that you're no longer doing kids videos. That's crazy.
You know, and being something that he approves of and wants you to do. And I feel like now a lot of women, they want to pick and cherry. They want to, kind of pick the parts of the Proverbs 31 woman.
That's exactly what you're doing. Picking the parts that you want to do. You want to claim that you're Proverbs 31, but you have no husband. You want to claim that you're this and that, but you don't got that. You're doing what you're saying.
Yes.
That they like, oh, she's a boss. This and that. Her husband's praising her, but they don't want to really live that devoted life that the Proverbs 31 woman is living.
You're not living that life. You see, Melanie, you talk a good one, but we all know that you're not living that life. I know you don't ever open the Bible. You don't know the Most High. You really don't. You want people to believe in you. You want the so-called manosphere to accept you because you want to find a new niche. So you've been told by other content creators, do this, they're going to love you. Just look pretty on camera, they're going to accept you. Here at Black Male Advice TV, we do not accept you. We don't. Because we know that you're an opportunist. And I'm calling it out because I see the danger and I don't like what I'm seeing with men literally catering to you, bowing at your beck and call. They're not really trying to find out who you are. They're just pushing you because you're repeating what they heard from Kevin Samuels. Anytime you speak, you say Kevin Samuels' name. How about you just do your own thing and stop riding the coattails of these other people? And see, I'm trying to bring this information in a very respectful manner because I'm known for being raw and uncut. I'm Ringo TV Raw. Just in case you don't know, I'm pretty sure you've seen my videos already. And I'm pretty sure you've been contacted by other content creators who informed you not to make any sort of response to Ringo. I know you've been contacted. That right there proves that the things that I'm saying is going to hit home. Because if you were contacted by anyone and they told you, don't respond, just do your thing, and that's when you know who I really am. People in this space fear me because they know that when I speak about issues, it's going to reach the people and they're going to understand and they're going to recognize who you are, which is an opportunist. Just be honest, Melanie. You don't care about the Black community. You never did. Remember, you were in your nice house, driving your nice car, going on your trips and vacations. You were not concerned with Black women that weren't successful in relationships. You were not concerned about that. It's when the YouTube business fell apart, that is when you now want to do this new thing because you saw that it's a money-making opportunity. Just repeat what Kevin Samuels say, speak on the same talking points. Voila, you got a platform. Just because your Melanie official have 31 or whatever thousand subscribers, that's nothing because we already done know that your original Melanie King channel have over 263,000 channels. Why are you hiding the subscriber count? And why you put all of those videos on private that you had over there? It wasn't 2 videos there. See, I have receipts. You're trying to hide and scrub the past. I've been here since 2006. I've already seen you already. I know a lot. Trust and believe that. Let's get back to the video.
Yes.
But then they want the same results, and that's not going to happen, sis. She was a woman who listened to the Lord, and she's praying for her family. She's, like her whole being.
If the Proverbs 31 woman is praying for her family, why you didn't pray for your husband? People, when I tell you that I can see through this woman, I can see through her. And it's scary because just like that movie, let me see if I can pronounce it right this time because I don't want to mess it up. I think somebody had put it on the screen. I think it was Beowulf, right? Am I saying it correctly this time? Beowulf? I hope I'm doing it right, man. I'm not embarrassing myself. You know? But let's get back into this.
Is her family.
Oh, I didn't even finish my point. Just like that particular movie, I saw what happened to the kings at the hands of the succubus that was in the ocean. The succubus was beautiful. Glowing eyes, glowing skin. Everything was just perfect. And even though they knew there was a price to pay, these men fell victim due to their weakness and their lust. How many brothers at the sound of my voice is so weak that you just would fall apart at the sight of beauty? That's sad, bruh. That's really sad, man. A lot of you brothers got to really strengthen yourself, man. All right, let's go.
Not her business.
I said it correctly.
Not her leveling
All right, cool.
up, not money.
Yes.
Those things are added unto you, you know, when you're living a life of purpose. They're not things you should go after as a woman, for sure.
Melanie, you're in a video on your channel talking about you have to find a new way to make money because the previous thing that you had fell apart. If it's going to be added to you, then you don't really have to do anything, right? You're not making sense here. See, we're going to go into the scriptures. I just want you to speak your mind first.
It's a man's job to be going out and conquering and
It's a man's job to go out and conquer. And so then why you don't have your man with you? Why you're doing it? Why you want that responsibility? Why don't you just let your man rule and do what he got to do as a man? Why you want to do it? Because that's what you always wanted to do.
and all that stuff. But as a woman, if you do have a business, that needs to be something that, you know, benefits your family, not just you.
Correct.
Being a boss, babe. I mean, this is, God, I hate that stuff. Leveling up.
Correct.
Don't fall victim to the smiles, people. One of the weaknesses of men is the smile of a woman.
And I really think that's where peace and joy and contentment comes, because you'll find women today, they think that money and getting clout and all these things will make you feel fulfilled. But I think women are the most miserable they've ever been with all these businesses, quote unquote, or the businesses are focused on, sorry, I'm going on a tangent.
Actually, she's talking about herself, fam. She's talking about herself. When she says she's going off on a tangent, she's really talking about herself. That's what's going on. She's talking about herself, man. You know?
No, you're not. You're not. I think
I got the gift of gab.
Nah, Melanie, this.
Now she's saying that she got the gift of gab now.
This needs to be, and I wanted to touch on this because I think it's very important. And I don't hear this enough in terms of this, because coming from a man, it's not going to mean much. You know what I mean? Trying to tell a woman what a Proverbs 31 woman is, and you know, but coming from someone like you who has obviously lived that life, coming from a man, it's not going to mean much. You know what I mean? Trying to tell a woman what a Proverbs 31 woman is, and you know, but coming from someone like you who has obviously lived that life, coming from a man, it's not going to mean much. You know what I mean? Trying to tell a woman what a Proverbs 31 woman is, and you know, but coming from someone like you who has obviously lived that life, coming from a man, it's not going to mean much. You know what I mean? Trying to tell a woman what a Proverbs 31 woman is, and you know, but coming from someone like you who has obviously lived that life and was able to manifest certain things and accomplish things.
That is the example of a simp. This man literally got up there and degraded all men by saying that basically a man cannot explain a Proverbs 31 woman, but she can. This is what we got to deal with in the community. We got women that get divorces and being hailed as Proverbs 31 women. That dude is a straight up simp. Straight up and down. He's literally saying that as a man, I cannot talk about the Proverbs 31 woman. Let's bring out the scriptures. Scripture is up on the screen. We're going to take a look at this thing right now. Hope everybody's enjoying the show. If you're now coming in, make sure you click the like button. Likes are for free. It helps us over here. It helps to get the video out to others. Book of Proverbs, chapter 31, verse 1. The words of the king Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him. My son, I don't even know if this is the correct one. It most likely is. My son, and what the son of my womb. Where my music at? Yeah, there you go. Need my dramatic music. What, my son, and what the son of my womb, and what the son of my vows. Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings. Now, brothers, just off the strength of that alone, you got to be very careful, because all these women be talking about they Proverbs 31, there's Proverbs 31 that. You're going to learn, based off my breakdown, that there really are no virtuous so-called Proverbs 31 women. There are none. There really are none. That's a blueprint of what this man desired. See, people don't read to understand. That verse of scripture, Proverbs 31, is not talking about a particular woman that exists or women that exist. No, it's talking about his desire of what he always wanted. In other words, who can find such a woman? So he's letting you know straight up and down. Verse 3, give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings. You see, in the movie Beowulf, what destroyed the kings? It was the succubus that came in the form of a woman that was beautiful. Verse 4, it is not for kings, O Lemuel, it is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink, lest they drink and forget the law, and pervert the judgments of any of the afflicted. Give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those that be of heavy hearts. Let him drink and forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. Open thy mouth, for the dumb is the cause of all such as are appointed to destruction. Verse 9, open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy. Verse 10, who can find a virtuous woman? Who can find a virtuous woman? Question, who? Who can find her? Who can find her, fam? Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Wow. Far above rubies. Verse 11. The heart of her husband doeth safely trust in her. Melanie, did your husband trust in you? Did he? Because we breaking down Proverbs 31. We breaking it down for the people, for edification. The heart of her husband doeth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. Melanie, the scripture says that a Proverbs 31 woman, that she will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. All the days. So, if it says all the days of her life, how is it that you have a divorce? Verse 13. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands. It didn't say anything about she's a boss. She is like the merchant's ship. Keep in mind, it didn't say she is. She is like the merchant's ship. She bringeth her food from afar. All women do this when they go to the supermarket. Right? You got to travel to go get food for family. She rises also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household and a portion to her maidens. Verse 16. She considereth a field and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hands she planteth a vineyard. Verse 17. She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengtheneth her arms. That means that she literally is in shape, working out. Verse 18, she perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night. Meaning she's in the light. She's in the truth. Verse 19, she layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff. Interesting. Verse 20, she stretcheth out her hands to the poor. Yea, she reaches forth her hands to the needy. She's very given. You know, she takes care of people. All right. Verse 21, she maketh herself coverings of tapestry. Her clothing is silk and purple. This woman sews, she's made clothes. Her husband is known in the gates. When he sitteth among the elders of the land. Notice that her husband is popular in the gates. He's respected. She left, or he left. Why there is a divorce if she's a Proverbs 31 woman. Verse 24, she maketh fine linen and selleth it, and delivereth girdles unto the merchant. It didn't say anything about she's a boss or a boss lady. Verse 25, strength and honor are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. Verse 26, she openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. This is not a selfish woman. She's kind, loving, principled. Verse 27, she looketh well to the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness, which means this is not a lazy woman. She's not lazy. She's about her wifely duties, taking care of her household, her children, her husband. Her children arise up and calleth her blessed. The word blessed means empowered to prosper. Her husband also, and he praiseth her. Melanie, is your husband in the house praising you right now? "29. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excelleth them all. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain. But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates." That particular scripture is not talking about any of you particular sisters. None. Because who can find a virtuous woman? Who can find her? That was that man's desire of a woman. The perfect woman. But you got everybody in the church everywhere calling themselves Proverbs 31. I'm a Proverbs 31 woman. How? That wasn't talking about a specific lady. That was a man's thoughts and desire of what he considered to be a high value woman. Do you understand me? So when it talks about this Proverbs 31 woman, she's this, she's a boss, she got this, that's not what it is. No. And everybody that's a woman is not a Proverbs 31 woman. Because ladies, you have to understand something. In order for you to become a great woman, you have to be with a great man. In order for you to be a woman of value in terms of holiness and righteousness, you have to be with a good man. Line upon line, precept upon precept, the Bible teaches that if a woman wants to learn, let her go home and ask her husband. She's to keep quiet in the church, silence in the church. If she wants to learn, she's to go home and let her husband teach her. So in order for a woman to truly be the virtuous woman, the woman that have this and wisdom and this and that, it all have to come from that righteous man. If a woman don't have a quality man guiding her and directing her and leading her, she will go astray. So how are you a virtuous woman, a Proverbs 31 woman, if your husband is not around? Was he in the house teaching the scriptures? Was he in the house teaching the word of the Most High? Was he doing all of this? Huh? Was he? Was your husband teaching the truth? Thus saith the Most High. Was he leading the children and guiding them in all that is righteous? Or was he playing church, being religious? Did you really love him? Did you love your husband, Melanie? I never heard you say that. Something's wrong with that picture. You keep saying you didn't file for divorce. How many times are you going to say the same thing? You sure about that? Are you sure? Or are you telling yourself a lie? Which one? Do we need to do the research? Do we need to go dig? It would be better if you just say the truth. What caused your divorce? What happened? Why would a man leave a Proverbs 31 woman? Because that's what you believe you are, right? He even said that you got all the experience and you got X, Y, and Z. Really? Let's get back into this, y'all. Let's go.
And, manifest destiny basically happening for you.
Yeah.
You can definitely, and I'm reading it as you're talking. I'm just reading that's why I was looking down, because I just have it pulled up, the verses on here, and hearing you talk about it. So that's why I was looking down. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, exactly what you're saying. I think what happens, especially in the Black community, it gets distorted. Like I'll see women who are, IG models talking about they serving God.
Yes.
And it's just like, you are? Like,
you see that? You see how she want to throw shade at the IG models by saying, "Oh, you say you serve God. You really? You do?" I'm trying to figure out, Melanie, do you serve God? Do you? Really? Because I don't think you do. I really don't. But you got some shade for the IG model.
And it's in the Black community, it's very insidious. They want to mix this worldliness or living.
You keep saying in the Black community, but you don't live in the Black community. That's a problem. That's a problem, Melanie. I'm sorry, but that's a problem. You're not in the community. You're not.
For the streets, well, God is now going.
She's doing things with her hands while looking around. You're lying. You're lying, man. If you're in court and you're on the stand and you're doing all of that and you're looking around, the jury, they're going to look at you and be like, Yeah, something's wrong.
Do this and that. That's why I just did a live on Instagram about Summer Walker. This album she has coming out. They got Sierra's prayer on there for a Russell Wilson, I guess, to come rescue her from her mess. And I'm like, why would God do that to that man? Why would God send a good moral man to you, Summer Walker? Does anybody think Summer Walker's a wife?
Notice how she's throwing shade.
So a lot of times what we're finding is like women want to live.
Notice how she's throwing shade at this Summer Walker person. I don't even know who that is, to tell you the truth. Notice how she's throwing some shade at her. Saying, do she look like she's a wife? Do you see that? So it's okay for you to criticize Summer Walker. But yet, when I make reaction videos to criticize you, you got content creators contacting you saying, pay Ringo no mind. If the cap fit, let them wear it.
In the streets, live any kind of way, have kids by Pookie and Ray Ray, getting it bust down, knocked down every which way but left, have multiple men orbiting, trying to get attention, sexual attention on.
Sexual attention, Melanie, really? You saying that, really? Melanie, are you really serious? Like, it's early in the morning, man. I've been up all night. You know what I'm saying? My batteries that are, it's going to end up running out. You know what I'm saying? You really want us to believe that? This is crazy, y'all. I'm telling you.
On whatever platform, but then let's pray. Send me my husband. Why would God do that to a good man? Why would he send you as his wife, sis? And that's what I was talking about. It's like, even in her album, everything is about a man, what he's not doing, this, that, and the other, but nothing's self-reflection, nothing about, Lord, turn me into a wife. Why am I not a wife? Why am I in these streets? Why I got neck tattoos looking like Tupac with a Skittle wig?
Notice how she says she got tattoos looking like Tupac with a Skittle wig or some nonsense like that. But didn't you have on a wig when you were in them kitty videos? Like, see, this is what I mean. Like, you're disingenuous here. You giving everybody else smoke. You know what I'm saying? Throwing shade. But you can't take criticism. Don't be in your feelings now because somebody talking about you now. Because now you're showing weakness. Remember, you got to be strong now. Listen to the advisors who contacted you and let them know that this is Ringo. And we're doing a reaction video about you. Because we're trying to find out what you're really about. You got smoke for everybody. I hope that you pretty much can handle criticism. If you're really a Proverbs 31 woman. See, again, this is the black sector of YouTube. I'm the OG here. I can say that shit. Straight up and down. And everybody knows that. But see, what happens in the black sector of YouTube, a lot of times, guys, they forget. And this is one of the main problems with our people, is that they're selfish. They don't know how to rise as a unit. They only want to look out for self. And then when things don't work out for them and you start to rise up, now they want to come to you to be friends and act like they were in support of you when they never were. It's crazy.
Like, that's not what God is going to honor and bless.
So you know what God is going to honor and bless, but yet you're the one with the divorce. Why God didn't bless that? Why God didn't bless your marriage? What caused it to fail? I want to know why. Because if you're out here speaking for black women and speaking on black women need to see transparency with you. You can't come into the black sector of YouTube trying to use Kevin Samuel talking points. Talking about, in the black community, over 70% of the women is obese. You're just copying what Kevin Samuel say. And here's something else, Melanie. You have to understand something. You're not going to be liked by a lot of women. Because when you come into the space, right, with your background from doing kiddie videos, and you want to act as if though like you got the answers for them when you never were here, you just kind of came in and just started, like, you're not going to make friends. You're not going to have people back you. Now, the simp guys, they're going to back you because they're simps. But women, always remember this, Melanie, women can see through the BS. Women can see through it. That's one thing you got to give women, man. Women can see through some BS, man. For real.
Can't, and I'm not making judgments or things like that, but that's what I'm.
You're not making judgments. You are, Melanie. You are making judgments. What are you doing? You are making judgments.
Finding everybody wants the outcomes of the Proverbs 31 woman, but they don't want to live the disciplined, self-reflective life that the Proverbs 31 woman lives.
But you're not living that life, Melanie. You're not living a disciplined life. You're not. You're not keeping the commandments of the Most High. You're not. So why are you acting like you speaking on women, like, oh, the women, they want the results of the Proverbs 31 woman, but they don't want to put in the work and live the life. You didn't put in the work. That's why your man is not there now. I'm just calling it what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm calling it what it is. Everybody playing around. Either you about family or you're not. You know?
We want the goods. We want the good man praising us, the kids looking at them, got my business, but you don't want what it takes to get to that place. And that's what I'm seeing all over the place. They just think if they pray that it's going to happen.
That's what she believes. That's what she believes. You see the facial expression she put on her face? As if though she's better than you sisters. That's what she's basically, it's like she's looking down on you. And this is what I see. This is what's disgusted. I'm disgusted by that. Because our women have already been abused by various content creators. Derek Jackson lied to you. You thought Derek Jackson was your savior. Come to find out, he been doing other things on the low key. Right? Kevin Samuels lying to you. You had two other female dating coaches that was speaking for black women, and then they quit, stopped, and literally confessed that they were doing it just for the money. Which means they never even cared. Sisters, a lot of you are taking advice from people that don't have your best interest at heart. They see a niche, a way of making money. They have no real passion for change of the community. And they're just playing with you at this point. Shout out to Rebel Queen for the super chat. Appreciate the support. I keep saying Rebel Queen. My bad. I apologize. I'm thinking about your old name. Let me see. Rebel for Almighty. She probably like, oh boy. Let's see what's going on here. Where are all the mods, though? Man. Anyway, let's see. Let's get back into this, yeah.
Without the work, yeah.
Without the work, without doing any change or self-reflection. Her whole album is about how this man did this and that, and she's better than other women, and be this, and she want to take drugs and just drink and take her problems away. But then let's pray. I was like, okay, all right, sis. Bye.
You explained it, and I think that it's important what you said about doing the work. You know, that prayer, you know, we can pray all day, but without work, you know, the whole prayer without works is dead, so on and so forth. You
without
know,
faith works, without work, faith is dead, or something like that. I'm
right.
You see what we got to deal with, fam? They both fumble and don't even know the scriptures. Faith without works is dead. Something like that. This is crazy. But this is what we got to deal with, man. This is what we got to deal with.
You were talking, I was thinking about Suge Avery and The Color Purple when she said when she walked up to her daddy, like when she came back to the church, and she was like, what she said, even sinners have souls or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when you were talking about the girls doing that. I meant to mention that because that's what came to mind. Sugar Avery of all people. You know what I'm saying?
A hot mess.
So with that, you know, obviously you coming up in the church and in ministry in your 20s, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And you going on this trajectory. What have been, you know, now in your life? I know you say I think when you were on my live, you were talking about you have friends that are, you know, actresses, so on and so forth, that are like, I just want a man, or, you know, whatever, so on and so forth. What are their thoughts on, like, what do they think when you interact with them in terms of this Proverbs 31 woman, and are they living that lifestyle, so to speak, the women that you know and you interact with?
You know, it's funny.
Melanie, just answer the question. That's all you gotta do. Just answer the question. You keep looking. Who's up there? Who?
I haven't really, you know, this is all of my friends are Christians, even the actresses. And actually,
everybody's a Christian, right? Everybody. You went to an all Christian school. All the guys you dated was Christians. All your friends are Christians. You don't got nobody that's an unbeliever. Everybody's a Christian. This is crazy, man. I'm telling you, man.
I met a lot of them in ministry. So I actually know some big actresses who are virgins. Y'all would never know. And I will never speak on that.
If you would never speak on that, why are you telling us? Melanie. Why are you telling us that you have female actors that you know that are virgins? Why are you thirst trapping the brothers? Why are you thirst trapping the brothers? Why are you telling the brothers that you know female actresses that are still virgins? In Hollywood, please. They gotta hit the director's couch, please. Virgins. That was a laugh.
But they are very godly. They serve the Lord. They have those intentions. Obviously, you know, Hollywood can get the best of you, but a lot of them, all my friends, I don't have friends who are not like that, who don't know the word, who don't. They have
So all your friends know God. They all keep the commandments. All your friends follow the Most High, right? You don't got no issues whatsoever. You're perfect. That's what it is, right? You're perfect. I need to get me some breakfast, man. But we ain't done yet. We ain't done. We have a while to go through. Let's go.
Foundation, even if they aren't living the way they're supposed to, they have foundation. But I'm gonna tell you, you bring up Proverbs 31 to any woman who's been in any kind of church, even if she never grew up in church, her grandmother maybe took her for Easter. In general, Black women in particular respond. I think Black people in general, they know what's up. We have a backbone of God and Christianity in us. That's what got us out of slavery. That's what helped us survive slavery. That's why a lot of people don't understand why Black people are so religious, but yet can live liberal lifestyles.
Right.
It goes back to slavery, and that's a whole nother conversation. But I will say most of them will agree. They'll agree.
What is she talking about? What did she just say?
Doesn't mean they're going to change what they're doing, but they'll agree. They'll agree with what I'm saying, for sure.
Bruh, you just had her talking all this time. You ain't really asking her nothing, bro. Like nothing real. No real questions. You ain't. It's like you just like looking at her or something. And you look sleepy too. He must have been tired when he was doing that stream, man.
They just don't. You know, it's very hard for most of us to look at ourselves and see where we're not doing something right. And I'll say this is where Kevin came in.
More Kevin promotion.
Even for me, it kind of, sometimes, you know, in the church, it can't really address certain things.
So the church can't address certain things, but you're telling me Kevin Samuels will? Wow. This worship is madness, man.
You know, you have all this religion,
yes,
but it doesn't really get down to, like, I'm sorry, I'm not telling people in their 30s and 40s you need to be a born-again virgin. There's nothing in the Bible that even talks about that. People just make that up. If you've been knocked down before, you got kids, sis, really? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be grown here. So there's things like that Kevin was, you know, the way he talks is like an old school pastor.
Yeah.
Mixed with that uncle.
What? She said Kevin Samuels is like an old school pastor.
That ain't, you know, that don't hold back. And he kind of really took what modern things are going on and kind of melted them together. It's very hard to explain. And so for me, just, you know, I don't think the religious component is enough. I think we've had religion in the Black community forever, and we still a mess. And it hasn't really.
Notice what she just did. We had religion in the Black community forever, and we're still a mess. So basically, her following Christianity didn't do anything for her, but for some reason, Kevin Samuels is now her savior. Let's go.
Done the work that's needed to. So guys like you coming along and telling women like me, you know, because a lot of us are Christian feminists. That's what we are. A lot of us women are Christian feminists. So when we hear guys like you saying, no, you can't have 2 kids and be 38 and weighing an extra 50 pounds and God.
Notice what she did. She said 2 kids, but then she probably realized, hold up, I got 2 kids. So she threw in have an extra 50 pounds. Now she's throwing shades at the sisters that are a little overweight to try to make herself appear better. That's what she just did right there.
Bless you with a husband. Like literally, those are not words that are spoken in church. It's just like God's going to bless you no matter what your circumstances are, no matter what your choices are. There's no accountability. But men like you are holding women accountable and showing us like things that I know it seems simple to you guys, that this is just these mindsets, but as women, it's shocking to hear. I don't think men appreciate how shocking it is to hear this, because every other message, even in church, every media, church, everything is, you're a good woman, you know, it's these men, it's always a man's fault. It's always a man's fault.
So are you blaming your husband for whatever divorce situation you have? What exactly did you do to contribute to the divorce? Let's talk about that. What did you do to contribute to the divorce? The people need to know.
Jarring.
You have to keep them coming though. It's not anything negative. You know, I'm not saying.
Notice what he said in the church. You got to keep the people coming by tickling their ears.
Anything, because I understand church serves a purpose, and I don't knock anybody.
The only purpose it served for is making the pastor rich.
I used to be, when I first came,
and I'm referring to the religion of Christianity, how these pulpit pimping preachers, all they do is ask for your tithes, your offerings, bring down your money, sow your gifts of love, pay God for a blessing, give, opportunity time for prosperity gospel. Those preachers right there, all they do is enrich themselves and buy Rolls Royces and Lear jets. That's all they do.
To my knowledge, you know, red pill before the red pill, when I first came to knowledge of self and the universe and, you know, my spiritual and religious beliefs, I was not really attacking the church, but I was just kind of like, you know, why do you guys believe this, and so on and so forth. But this brings me to my next question, which I was going to ask you, and you were talking about just now. many women aren't red pilled in that aspect. And obviously you try to force it, once again, people misuse the whole matrix, the whole matrix thing, the metaphor of the red pill and the blue pill, and they overuse it and they try to create purple, black, and all these. There's only 2 pills in the matrix, guys. There was no purple and black and all.
Listen, when it comes to this whole red pill and blue pill thing, all of these guys within the manosphere and the black sector of YouTube don't even understand. The true red pill is the word of the Most High Yah. That's the true red pill. The truth that's in your Bible. Once that wakes you up, you realize the reality that you actually live in. But see, they're not teaching you the scriptures. They're teaching you about female nature. When you look at the black sector of YouTube and guys talk about red pill, all they talk about is female nature. But they never talk about the whoremonger nature of black men. On the fact that these men are out here pumping and dumping these women. They don't talk about that. Everything is female nature. Right? That's what they do. But that's not the red pill. The red pill is the scriptures. Do you know them scriptures? Do you know who you are as a biblical Israelite? Do you know that you're of the chosen people?
These other pills, there was just 2 pills. So that brings me to my question of how did you discover, what was the catalyst, in which I'm pretty sure before I even ask you the question, how most of us come to it. I wouldn't necessarily say women, but how most men come to it. What was your catalyst? What was the catalyst that brought you to the manosphere and or red pill?
Listen.
If you will?
My divorce. My divorce. My divorce. My divorce.
Her divorce brung her to the black sector of YouTube. See that? You can't make this up, people. She didn't come here because she wanted to, share the truth with women and lead them and be a voice. And no, she came here because of her divorce and she was lost. And decided to try to mix mingle with other content creators by using her looks to seduce them in, to make a new name for herself, to have a fresh new start.
Your divorce. So what? I mean,
because I started.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just started looking up relationship stuff on YouTube.
Why would you be looking up?
And at first,
look. Why would she be looking up relationship stuff on YouTube after getting a divorce? For what? What are you looking up relationship stuff for? That don't make no sense. You weren't looking up relationship stuff before. Why now?
it was like Corey Wayne.
Notice all the people that she's shouting out. Keep that in mind now.
I found Corey Wayne was the first dating coach I found, but it was.
Why would this woman be looking for dating coaches? She's shouting out people that other brothers know in hopes to make herself be likable by the community.
For men, I've always liked men's stuff.
She always liked men's stuff.
I like action movies, crime movies, spy stuff. I don't like chick flicks. You know, I have season tickets to the Bucks, the Magic. Like I like going fishing. I like stuff like that. So I've always been more.
So why you didn't go do that with your husband? Why?
Thanks to my dad, the power of a dad. So I don't like that kumbaya and you can do bad by yourself, and you know I don't like the female coach. It's just too soft. It's just a bunch of BS being blown up my tail. So and I've always recognized that.
So basically she's saying that she's a tomboy. This is crazy, man.
So when I said Corey Wayne and I was listening to him, and then from there recommendations started coming. And I'll tell you who not snatched my edges off.
Edges off. Edges off. Keep that in mind. Edges, 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 edges. That's not her hair. I wonder who she's talking about. Let's reveal that one.
Yeah.
AMS.
AMS. Alpha male scammeries. A man who teach black men to pump and dump women, who teach brothers to smut women out, who identify all of our women as, 304s and so forth and this and all sorts of disrespectful things. A man who is not trying to wife up any woman. A man who used to post videos where he showed women come to his crib and he would say, yeah, I just hit it. I did this and that and that. What man does that type of stuff? Melanie just literally endorsed that particular brother. A toxic male, a male that is no good. She endorsed him. That's who she followed.
Who not snatched my edges off.
Yeah.
AMS.
Yeah.
And at first I'm like, because I'm used to men talking in a very alpha, in especially in the old school church, men, But as I said,
at Fitness, she's not married no more. She got a divorce. Allegedly, that's what she claims. I don't know the story.
Listen to him. I used to be, it's not for me. His channel's not for women. But he has taught me more about my nature as a female.
How could he teach you more about your nature as a female? If that's the case, Melanie, then you are not a Proverbs 31 woman. Because only thing AMS teach is that women out here are 304s and you need to run through them and they are this and they're that and they're this and everything he speak on is negative. So if he's speaking about your nature as a woman, then you're not a 304. You're not a so-called, Proverbs 31 woman. You're not. I don't think she actually took the time to listen to any of these content creators. I believe she just want you to be like, wow, she says she listened to AMS? What, really? He taught her about her female nature? That man is not teaching women about their female nature to make women better. He teaching men a bunch of BS so they could take advantage of you. This is craziness, man. You praising a man that teach men to degrade women, to use women for sexual relations. You teaching that this is crazy, man.
Than I have from any of these other women talking and all this other BS that's out there, learning about what men think and hyperbole and hypergamous and all this. I didn't know what any of that was. So that was, and then you got recommended, and then all you guys started recommending, and then
Was I recommended? Because all of these guys get their talking points from me, so surely I had to been recommended. Y'all remember the videos when I was in the basement? Y'all remember that? Man, we used to be cooking them back then, boy, right? Woo. Them basement videos was something else, man. I used to be like, yo, this is your boy Ringo back again with a new video, Ringo TV Raw. You can see those videos on the Patreon, by the way.
just like, and then of course Kevin.
There's a whole world.
Oh man, she said Kevin again. Wow, this is crazy, man.
And then I was just like, I see no lies.
Yeah, there's a whole world out here.
Things I'm just like, there are some good women. Not every woman is chaste, and not every woman's gonna leave you for the next man. I didn't file in my divorce. I didn't cheat. I didn't have no male friends, no male orbiters. There was nothing. So when people,
where's the cap? Why I didn't put the cap on her right there? She said she ain't have no male orbiters. All of these male orbiters are all on her platform.
say that, I'm just like, well, I think you maybe haven't been around some of the women in like my family or that I know, but you can't deny what it is.
Cap.
And I think you mentioned that, and I think it's because of your background and your experience, you were able to tolerate it and digest it a little more than the average liberal feminist woman, if you will, would see that and be like, oh, he's just trying to basically belittle women and destroy women, so on and so forth, which I don't agree with, because as I told you, I get more flack than anybody else, you know, for basically calling me Derek Jackson Light. You know, I get called Derek Jackson Light, and
I think that name is fitting for you. Derek Jackson Light. Yeah.
Basically, because I'm not basically
hammering in on women.
Hammering women, because it's not, men don't like, men who actually have had relationships and know how to, you know, effectively communicate and deal with women. They don't talk.
They're not.
Yeah.
You know, I think on both sides there's bitter people.
Of course.
I think there's a lot of men, sometimes younger guys or guys who've been through it, and we've all been through it. This isn't a put down, but you got to learn how to chew the meat and spit out the bones. Like, not everything's going to be for you. Not everything applies to you, and not everything is simping. A guy being nice, a guy having conversational style, a guy being a people person, a guy being able to hold conversation with women. I thought men who are able to talk to women, they was players.
So she's endorsing the players. Interesting.
It was pimps. Pimps know how to talk to a woman. Is he a simp? A pimp know how to corral a woman into, come on, baby, you know what it is.
How you know all of this? How do you know this? You got some explaining to do, girl. Let's go.
Get her to do something against her better judgment. Is it a means to an end? Yes. You want to interview women or talk to women, or you want women to listen to you. If you're just beating them down with a drum, with a hammer all the time, where are we going to go?
Nowhere.
You know, and it's just.
But isn't that what your boy Kevin Samuels do? Beat them down with a drum? Isn't that what he do? This is crazy.
It's stupid, honestly. And it's childish to be like, to keep, you know, to not have any nuance in your thinking. Like, you're a businessman, you do business and things like that. That's like, well, you simping if you talk to your client real nice. I mean, at what point it's just immature, it's stupid. I mean, come on, open your eyes, stop being a clown. I mean, it's just clownish to keep saying that. You know, and like a guy like AMS, his audience is generally very young guys who don't have a lot of experience.
See how she's promoting alpha male scammeries again? This is crazy, y'all.
Experience with women. Any man I'm dealing with, he got miles on him. Okay, he know how to talk.
Whoa. She said any man that she deal with have miles on him? What? I know I didn't just hear what I thought I heard, but let's just go.
To a woman, he know what he doing. Yeah. He don't need no hand holding and no guidance. Okay, I'm not here for men that need that, but I understand AMS. That's where his place is.
Yes,
and that's who he's talking to. You can't take when he did a video I think recently about what he wish he knew before 18. Okay, so that's showing you like his audience is very young. You can't expect a man in 30s and 40s and 50s to still. He's lived life. He's had women.
See how she's promoting AMS like that and saying that his audience is young? Now think about all of the young black men. All of the young black men that are learning how to pump and dump women and trash sisters. They're learning that type of mess from AMS, and she's promoting AMS. The Proverbs 31 woman is doing that nonsense.
He's had experiences. He knows what he's doing.
You see, listen, a lot of black men are pushing the it culture. This man just said, right after they finish eating, they're gonna go to the club and they're gonna look for a woman. Sounds to me like they're interested in a threesome. Sounds to me like the woman that he's with is bisexual. Notice how all of these content creators are being exposed for endorsing and promoting the it culture. Kevin Samuels, like bisexual Asian women. Fresh and Fruity Podcast had women on there kissing each other. I also exposed somebody else, and now we have alpha male scammeries. But let's listen to some more. Let's hear where this is gonna go, cause you waited long enough.
The other chick, tell them about the other chick we had, man. Remember, guys, you have to look at her boobs. She doing sign language with her boobs. She don't want to be on camera.
The other chick, she's beautiful and friendly and curvy and tasty.
Yes.
Very tasty.
Yes.
And
Very tasty, people. What more proof do you need?
I'm not gonna let it ruin my night. We still gonna go out. We gonna find us a bad bitch, and then we gonna go home and do what we gotta do. I'm not gonna let it ruin my night. We still gonna go out. We gonna find us a bad bitch, and then we gonna go home and do what we gotta do. I'm not gonna let it ruin my night. We still gonna go out. We gonna find us a bad bitch, and then we gonna go home and do what we gotta do.
You gonna go home and do what you gotta do. This is coming from alpha male scammeries. Masculinity, anyone? Nobody's building families. Nobody's wifing up any of the women. You and this streetwalker are gonna go find a victim, basically, to take home and exploit for your own personal sick pleasures. This is what the red pill is teaching men. Let's hear what he got to say. Let's go.
Okay, guys, keep in mind, me and my chick, we go out, we be trying to get, other girls to do threesomes and shit. Okay, guys, keep in mind, me and my chick, we go out, we be trying to get, other girls to do threesomes and shit. I'm a polygamist and shit like that. So, I'm a polygamist and shit like that. So, I'm a polygamist and shit like that. So.
He said that he's a polygamist. No. You're a whoremonger. You're not a polygamist. You're not practicing polygyny. So stop it. Remember I taught a while ago that a lot of these content creators are stealing my talking points on polygyny, and they're going out there distorting the truth. And what it does, it makes women believe that men who practice polygyny are just out there running rampant with women. Alpha male scammeries is a whoremonger, a demon who abuse and use women. Facts. He's not practicing polygyny. He don't have no relationships. He don't create wives. He's not having any children. Yep. He's making women engage in sexual activity together. So I'm pretty sure alpha male scammeries is celebrating Pride Month. Because if the women that you're with is of the it, then you're one who is celebrating with your flag of pride. Don't come on camera saying you're polygynous or polygamous. Don't do it to yourself. You're embarrassing yourself because you're not. You don't have a family. And I need for people to understand that. Polygyny is not a man going out there allowing the women that he's with engaging in bisexuality, lesbianism, or any of that nonsense. No. A man that practiced polygyny wife up the women that he's with, he takes care of them, he builds a family, he have children. Alpha male scammeries is not doing none of that.
So a girl actually pulled up on my girl, choosing her. A girl actually pulled up on my girl, choosing her. A girl actually pulled up on my girl, choosing her.
You hear this?
Started dancing with her, right?
AMS. Do you see how these black men are promoting the it culture as normal for women on woman action? Are you seeing this? Is this masculinity? Is this what the red pill is supposed to do?
So she ended up getting a number and stuff like that right there. And but I had a good time, guys. That's my goal. Is I'm just trying to do my polygamy thing. Y'all know I'm not into relationships. I'm just trying to do my polygamy thing. Y'all know I'm not into relationships.
He said he's not into relationships. He's just doing his thing. At Melanie, the man said he's not into relationships. He's just doing his polygamy thing, which is not really polygamy. He's just a whoremonger male. That's the guy you endorsed. You expect somebody to take you serious when you endorsing that? You expect black women to take you seriously when you endorsing that guy? Really, a guy that is not interested in relationships. Just like Kevin Samuels, he's not interested in marrying no woman. He's not doing that. He would just find an escort to pay. These are the guys you promote, and you expect women to take you serious as if though you're some sort of voice for the community. Really. See, as long as I'm here, people are going to know the truth. And it's going to get you uncomfortable. You got a lot of explaining to do. Because they're going to look at this video, they're going to study the data. And, you know, it's not going to be a little easy road for you. And none of your content creator friends can protect you. Not against Ringo. They already know that. All of these guys already done know. Once I get started, it's a wrap after that. Because like I said, I've been doing this since 2006, exposing all the false prophets, all the charlatans, all the scammers, all the frauds. This is easy work for me. Very easy, because all the material is right there. You laid out the material for me. So I'm just going to react to what you do. That's what I'm going to do, to show people the truth. Just like when you react to stuff to try to show what you want to show, I'm going to react to stuff too. He's just doing his polygamy thing, but he's not into relationships. Let that make sense, people.
But a man of value is somebody that I consider moral, a man who has high character, a man who's family oriented, a man who's has purpose and is living his purpose.
You understand? That's not polygyny. He's destroying these women. Facts. You understand? Let's go.
I dated my chick. I date my chicks, guys. I treat my chicks, even though I don't do relationships, I date them and I give them all the benefits of a relationship, everything except for commitment.
Wow. You give them the benefits of the relationship except commitment. That is what the red pill is about. See, we exposing what this red pill is about, man. It's about teaching men to manipulate women to get sex. Facts. Giving them the benefits of a relationship, which is simping, because you're spending all this money, you're taking them out, spending money to get some sex. But there's no commitment. And you ladies support men like this. You support men like Kevin Samuels But yet, this is what these men are pushing. And again, this is Kevin Samuels' boy. Yep. You must understand that. This is his peoples right here. These are the so-called high-value men, and this is how they move.
But a man of value is somebody that I consider moral, a man who has high character, a man who's family-oriented, a man who's has purpose and is living his purpose. Not everything is a simp. It's like high school joning. It's like, boy, bye. You have to be nuanced. You can't just come at everything like a smoking train. Right. And you got to learn how to interact with people in a mature and wise way. I feel like the way you interact with anyone or your perspective is needed. Your softer tone. There's women I can send to watch your stuff versus they can't watch AMS. It's just way too much. So how are you going to ever reach women if you want to just AMS is not going to be appetizing to most women, period. But
he's not going to be appetizing to most women, but you just finished promoting him? Can't make this up, people. You really can't.
Can you break through? Could JR break through to women? Yes. So you got to learn everybody has their role to play in this space. Indeed. Not everybody's meant to be red pill king or destroy that,
Facts. Your thoughts, and this is going to bring me to this other question I have. I heard you mention high value man, and it's not that important. Mm-hmm. What's your thoughts on that and moving forward in terms of marriage and future relationships? How do you see the high value man? Is it something that you as a woman really need based off of your past experience, or is it something that you could just deal with the average Joe or average Henry, if you will? What are your thoughts on that?
I'm definitely not looking for a high value man. I have no desire for it. I know what it takes to be married to a high value man, particularly the ones Kevin is talking about. They have their purpose. They're very busy. It's just not for me.
You see that nonsense that she's saying? That she's not really into a high value man. She don't want no high value man. Brothers, I already done told you. That woman would never deal with none of you. At her age right now, she's not even thinking about really remarrying. At this point, she's just trying to get the bag at this point. She's not trying to have no more kids because that's going to ruin everything she's trying to do. You have to understand that. She's not trying to change her body. And she probably can't even have kids at this point. She probably did some things to herself to prevent herself from having kids. There's a lot of things that women do to themselves when they have money. You understand? They alter the body. But she is capping heavy when she's talking about she's not interested in no high value. So you want a broke man? You want a man that don't really make that much money? Listen, people. Again, this woman was making millions of dollars on YouTube with her husband, doing kitty videos, and lived in a mansion, a mega mansion, right? She's not gonna move down. Hypergamy is about going up. She's not looking down at the brother making less, saying, you know what? I want to get with him because he's not a high value man. She came to Kevin Samuels because that's all Kevin pushed was high value man. So all that's nonsense. She's trying to make herself not appear like she's desperate for a high value man, but that's really what she wants. She can only go up, not down. That's just the way it works.
It's just not like, so you can have them. It's just not for me. For me, I want a man whose purpose aligns with mine.
Now, that's a problem. She said she want a man that his purpose align with hers. See, her ex-husband purpose didn't align with hers. This is crazy, man. She want control.
Because the man, yes, a man can be on purpose, but women have purpose too. And
No. See, that's where you're wrong. Because see, if you're a wife, your job is to be a man's helpmate. Not know you have a purpose and he has a purpose. That don't make no sense. The man is the leader His job is to have the purpose the Most High gave him. Your job is to help, aid, and assist him. What purpose you did? There's no separate mission that you got to do. If that's the case, stay single. You get with a man, you are being his help mate to fulfill his purpose. See, the problem with a lot of modern women is this. They want to get married to a man. They get bored. They go through the whole, what's this Stephen Curry's wife name? They go through one of those phases. You know what I'm saying? They go through one of her phases where it's like they feel like they missed out on life and they want to live their best life now and experience, you know, other men and new things. That's what they're going through, you know? So when you listen to her, you got to really figure out what's going on in her mind, man.
I need a match in terms of that. That's the most important thing for me.
You were married to that brother that you were with. You gonna tell me he wasn't a match? Just admit it. Just admit it. You never loved that brother. You never did. You were with him because of the lifestyle, man. The lifestyle. You never really loved that brother. I've never heard you say with your mouth that after the divorce, you can't sleep, you need to heal, you know, you really love him. You know, I haven't heard you say that. See, we slow cooking. We're not cooking, but we slow cooking. She didn't love the brother. You know? Probably was envious of him, of his brilliance. Maybe he was a brilliant man. He was out of shape. I saw the videos. He was out of shape. And I know you're the type of woman that like them athletic guys. Trust me, I watch your tunes in terms of looking at your talking points in your videos. I study people and I heard what you said. You want a guy that's athletic, a guy that, you know what I'm saying, works out and that's in the gym. Judging by the looks of your ex-husband, he wasn't physically fit. You were not really attracted to him. I would go as far to assume that you weren't even sexually attracted to him and you hardly had any sort of sex life. And that man was suffering in that household because you were probably punishing him, doing all sorts of stuff. Man probably said, you know what? It's time for me to get out of this, man. I can't deal with this, man. You putting me through too much pressure. I'm struggling. I'm suffering. You're not there. You're not helping me. You want to do your own thing. You don't want to listen. And the brother just said, you know, I'm out. So every time you do an interview, you talking about, well, I wasn't the one that filed. I didn't cheat. I didn't do this. I've learned a long time ago from elder brothers. When a woman say she didn't do something, she did it. When a woman say it's cold outside, it's hot. Anytime a woman say something, it's the reverse. Just flip it around. A woman say she love you, bruh, trust and believe she don't. You know what I mean? She don't. Let's go.
He's a man of good morals, character. I don't really need a man I've made a lot of money. I have confidence. I know money and building like that. To me, that's a done deal. I already know that'll take care of itself.
See that? See, it says she already done made a bunch of money. Probably still getting the kickbacks on the ad revenue from those previous channels. Sometimes the judge will award the woman to get the revenue from those accounts. Probably that's the case, but you know, it is what it is. Let's go. And shout out to V-Dub Man in the building. I see you in the building. V-Dub Man in the building. Shout out to the mod.
For me, it's the man itself. Like I want a man. This is my thing. Where if we had nothing, not even naked on the beach in Bora Bora, like we go and live as
Bora Bora,
nothing and not a okay. Or some I don't know. We can live in some destitute place. Like if we were just gonna be beach bums and just live that kind of life. Wasn't about money. I want to be able to look at that man and be.
She's talking about it's not about money. It's not all of that is lies. Because if you go to her Melanie King channel with her talking about she have to find a new niche to make money and how her life is over and she got to start all over again, it's all about money. Trust and believe. Listen, brothers, If you take a woman that was spoiled by a lavish life, luxury cars, best homes, clothes, shoes, you name it, she can't go downward, man. She's not looking for nothing that's down. Everything she got to do got to be upward. So she wants somebody that got bread, bro.
Like, God, like I want that feeling. It's not about material things. It's not about any of that. And that's just, it's an attractiveness, me being attracted to him, sexual chemistry, the way he treats me, his purpose, you know, right. The way he speaks, like I don't know. And I think probably because I've been a YouTuber and I know how.
Notice she says sexual attraction. She wasn't attracted to her ex, bruh. I'm telling you.
Quickly. I know, you know, quote unquote, fortune can come by a person at any type of, at anything. And being a YouTuber, I mean, like in 3 months, I went from 0 views to 100 million a month.
Yeah.
Okay. When
100 million views a month she was getting in, brothers. 100 million views a month. You understand that? And that's on one of her channels, I believe. One of the channels that her and her husband have. If you do your research, one of those channels, I did my research, has 1 billion views. Billion with a B, capital B, billion. And it wasn't because of her. Sorry to burst your bubble, Melanie, but it's your husband and children that had the talent. All you brought was just your face. And based on that, Melanie, because I did my research, you said that you were not happy doing those type of videos. So let's not talk about success, because you didn't even like doing what you were doing based on your own words. So you gained the success, you gained the money, you gained the fame, but you claim that you weren't even happy doing it. Which one is it? You got to talk to your people now. You got to talk to your audience and let them know which one it is, you know? Because as I do these reaction videos, I'm bringing out the truth. And it's not going to make you look too good. You know? There's a problem here. You benefited from that YouTube fame. Y'all were living it up, making millions of dollars. Y'all think, listen, y'all think that Kevin Samuels make money. That would be considered a joke. Melanie was making the real money. Oh yeah. Melanie and them was making the real money. And you know if I'm saying that is real. Because I do my research. We're talking videos, 50 million views on one video. 50 million views on one video. Because what y'all have to understand, it's not because of Melanie. It's because of that particular section of YouTube. Kid videos normally always blow up. If you start a channel, I might start that with my daughters. I might do that myself. Yeah. You might see something like that soon. Melanie gonna be mad. But my point is this. She had a lot of success. The business flopped. Something happened. She's not talking about it, but something happened. And she don't want nobody to know. What happened, Melanie? What happened? Talk to the people. What really happened? Because the people are not going to take you serious if they watch my video. My reaction videos, they're not going to take you serious. Trust and believe. Because I don't believe that you're qualified to speak for the Black community because you didn't live in the Black community. You don't know what's going on. A person that's inside of a mansion, living good, always have materials, always have all your needs, to put your kids in the right schools, all of that stuff. You don't got the problems that's in the Black community. You don't. Let's just keep it 1,000. You can't speak for the issues that's going on. The Pookies and the Ray Rays, you were married with a husband. Come on. Let's go.
Was doing kids YouTube.
Facts.
So I know. And plus for me, my thing is about, like I said, I want to be able to undergird a man's purpose because that is what God has put on me, as well. And it's like, wow, our purposes align. And I know this is a man I can follow.
So why you and your ex-husband, why that didn't work out? What happened in that situation? Are you telling me his purpose didn't align with your purpose? Like, this is crazy. You don't know the Bible. You're supposed to be a helpmate, not no woman that have some extra purpose that's different. Your purpose is your husband, period. There's no other way around it.
I trust. And this is why God is so important for women in particular, for women to trust God, because if you trust God, you don't doubt your husband. You're not talking to other men.
But you doubted your husband. You did something. Trust and believe you did something, man. You got to admit this, man. Because I'm uncovering the truth, like I said. You see how I'm taking my sweet time with this one right here. I'm not playing around. This is work. I'm at work right now. This is a business. This is a business here. I'm running a company. Providing content, quality content. Content that people need to see. You understand? And I'm very interactive, very transparent. The people need to know the truth, Melanie. You need to tell the people the truth. I personally don't feel that you're fit to speak on anything concerning the Black community because you weren't pretty much in the community. You understand? I've seen your videos. I understand the things that you were doing. And I just don't think that you're qualified to speak on these issues. You should really focus on your lane and stop trying to be something that you're not. In my humble opinion, you're rebelling against the real call that's on your life. The calling that you had, Melanie, was to be there for your girls, to do those videos that you were doing with your girls. But for you to say you were not happy doing that speaks volumes. It means that you were not happy spending time with your children. Now, you need to ask this question to yourself. Do you love your kids? Do you love them? Because when I heard that in that video, and we're gonna do a reaction to that video too, you literally said that you were not happy, you were miserable doing kid videos, that it wasn't your calling, and that you're happy that you're not doing it no more. When I heard that, I was like, wow, where's the love for your family? Where's that love, man? Because you had me fooled. Because when I go and I look at the videos and I see the smiles and all the skits and all the different things and the camera angles and everybody's having fun, you mean to tell me during all of that stuff, you weren't really happy? So you're telling me that all the people who viewed and supported you, all the millions, all the dollars, all the homes, mansions, and cars, all the stuff you benefited from those platforms, you didn't even love what you were doing? See, again, you can't fool me with your looks or any of that stuff. That stuff do not move me. You know what I mean? It can move all these other dudes. That stuff is not moving me because I know the scriptures and I know what to beware of. Facts.
You're not looking for your next thing. You're not hypergamous because you've already reached the high. God is the highest level you can reach of a man. And if your trust and faith is in him.
You got to peep the game, brothers. Y'all missed it. It flew right over your head. She switched it up so damn fast, you just totally missed it. What she meant was her success on YouTube was at the highest of the pedestal, at the peak. The peak, she was at the peak, and there's no more higher that you can go. You understand? That's what she was just talking about there. It wasn't about the most high. It was about the fact that she reached a certain level to the highest of YouTube. She got all the plaques. They got all the YouTube plaques in the house, all of that type of stuff. They got all of that stuff. So to go and do something new now, that's a lot of work now. It's not as simple. Her fame doing that wasn't because of her. It was because of the kids. Nobody don't want to see her. It was children that watched those videos. Fam, you got to listen to what I'm talking about. Melanie got y'all gassed up. The children's section of YouTube is about kids. Kids watch those videos. Adults do not watch those videos. Kids watch that. Kids tune in. Look, I got daughters. I got 4 girls. So I know this. They watch them YouTube videos with them kid videos. That's where the views come in. Children watch those videos. The children were not watching the videos because of just her, even though she had her contributions, right? Can't take that away from her. At the same time, her girls were the focus, and their dad most likely was the mastermind that did all the editing, which was a lot of editing. So to do all of that, add the music in, do this, he had to be sitting there by the computer working. Something happened in that household. The devil came in, greed came in, the love of money, and the root of all evil came in. Destroyed the whole household, family ripped apart because of money. Because of money. You understand? Shout out to Damon Ramirez for the super chat. Appreciate your support. Let me see. Let me get back into this.
I don't know. I mean, and I need to talk. I need to expound upon it, more. But that's kind of where I am.
I get that.
I get the high value men they want, and I've been approached when I got divorced. I had
brothers, did you not just hear what she said? We're going to get into it, but she said she did not get approached. She did not do this. She did not do that. All this other stuff, right? Earlier, she said she had no male orbiters. Nobody did nothing. She was just like free. Okay, let's listen.
I want to give details, but like I said, I had floor tickets to some NBA teams.
Yeah, I remember you. I think you said this the other night, but yeah, go ahead.
It was insane. Yeah. I was like, if I was looking for a high value man, a younger man, like it was, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I've been approached by, yeah. So, and I was just like, no, I know what that's about. That ain't for me.
You see, brothers? In other words, she went to the game. All the guys were thirsting over her. All of the guys was trying to hunt her down to get with her. And she was like, oh, I don't want that. That's not for me. Cap.
You ain't on purpose. You just play ball.
You just play ball. Them guys are making money. What do you mean they just playing ball? Like this lady tripping, bro. Like she acting like she really some sort. I don't know what she trying to pull here about. Oh, you just playing ball. You see what she's doing here? She's acting as though she's more better. This is why I told you, brothers, if you're a brother and you're making 80 grand a year, this woman would not even look your way. Because her mind, remember what I taught you, brothers? When a sister hit her 40s, right? She already done hit the wall at that point. And hitting the wall have nothing to do with looks. That's one of the problems that we have is that we look at somebody's looks and we think, okay, they hit the wall because of their looks, right? No. Once she hit that wall, she's already made up in her mind, which means her mind and her attitudes have been shaped over the years due to all her experiences. So at this point, she's not getting with no brother to start no new relationship. That's not going to happen. She's not getting married. She's not going to do none of that. She's not looking for no man. She's just going to want to use the internet, put her image, her face, her body, put that out there and make money and keep that cash cow going. That's what she's trying to do. And if she kind of hook up with a brother here and there in the back in the booth in the dark, so be it. She'll do that, keep it on the low, because she's not really with the scriptures. She's not really with that. We're going to bring that out in another video. She's not really with the Most High. She don't follow the Bible. It's just religion. She's religious. Let's go.
And that brings me to my next question, right?
Mm-hmm.
What have you learned from achieving massive success, wealth, being married, marrying a high value man? What have you learned? What's your takeaway from being in a marriage like that? Like, what would be the main, like how you would, if there was a woman that was coming up that was getting into a similar situation, what would you say would be lessons learned that you learned from that?
Shout out to Mike Flame for the super chat. Appreciate your support. Says salute, bro. All right.
Because it's not all peaches and cream, as you said, but go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you, when you start to find success, like in a business or something like that, in your marriage, or you're working as a woman, If your focus is not on your family, your focus is not on your husband, and really for me, not everyone's religious, and I'm not super religious, praying all day, and I turn up.
You heard what she said, y'all. You heard what she just said, right? Okay. It's very clear that she don't follow the Most High now.
But if your focus is not on God and what God has designed you for as a woman and your purpose here on earth.
Your purpose is to be a helpmate to your husband. Nothing more.
At the end of the day, all this money, these things, they mean nothing if you have not lived a fulfilling life of purpose. If you
How could you say that and you didn't fulfill the purpose that you was to have with your husband? This is sad, man.
Aren't giving back, if you aren't, I find that a lot of times, even on Kevin's thing, or, these women that call in, it's all about leveling up or these narcissistic things that they want, a lifestyle that they want. And I'm going to tell you, that lifestyle leads to nothing but destruction if you don't have an inner peace, if you don't know.
She's talking about herself at this time, fam. Peep the game.
Where your wealth and your provision comes from the Lord. It does not come from a man. So when your man is down bad, you're not leaving him. You're not thinking about that because God got y'all.
When your man is down bad, something happened with the husband. Something happened and he was down. Something happened, fam. And then everything flopped. Listen, in my humble opinion, I believe she filed for that divorce. And if she didn't, she pushed him to file. Something happened. And it was based on money. It was based on money. And I can guarantee you that something, I'm not even going to say that part. I'm going to leave that one out. I'm not going to overstep my boundaries. But what I will say, based on my analysis, their split had to do with money. Their split had to do with money, because when you think about her crying in the video, she wasn't crying that she lost her husband. She was crying that she lost the so-called business. She was crying more about the business. I didn't see her cry no tears for the man. And that was like, it was very alarming to me, because normally when women break up or they go through a divorce, yeah, they went through with it, but then they have like buyer's remorse, and it's like it's like they want the relationship back, or they regret. I didn't see that in her. So she wanted out. She looked at herself like, look, I look good. I'm in my early 40s. I still got time. You know what I'm saying? Because of my appearance, I can still get it in. I can still go out there and live my best life. I want out this marriage. I want to be free. Similar to Stephen Curry's wife. What is her name? Aisha or something? I'm not sure what her name is. Stephanie? I don't know. I don't know what her name is, but, she's having one of those moments, man.
And when he's down, you praying. Even if he ain't as that religious as you praying, you're believing in that man and you're holding him up. And at the end of the day, that for me, that peace and contentment, knowing you are where you're supposed to be, that's what matters. All this money and chasing the bag, I don't get it. I guess if you've never had anything, or you
and that's what I was going to bring up. That's not to cut you.
Notice what she said. If you never had anything, in other words, if you never had anything, the money would be important to you. Peep the game, fam. I'm trying to show you the real. This woman was not in the black community. She didn't know what was going on in the black community. She cannot speak for black people. All of a sudden now she's talking about slavery this and, my people and, those are my people. Where was she, or where was her when she was making millions of dollars on YouTube? Where was her to talk about the issues in the black community a couple of years back? Where was she? I've been here since 2006 doing this work. I've been consistent from 2006 till now. One of the longest running YouTube channels, content creators, I should say, because I have multiple channels, since 2006 to now. Where is her body of work of speaking on issues of the black community? You were not living in no black community, Melanie. So please stop it. Please stop acting like you from the community. Stop. That's like you in the hood, you in the projects, right? You got somebody that always lived in the suburbs coming out to the hood, talking about they trying to speak on the issues of the community. No, just because you might be so-called black does not mean you can speak for the community or the issues that women are going through. You just came out of a divorce. You're supposed to be hurt. You're supposed to be healing. You're supposed to be getting therapy. What happened to all of those talking points from Kevin? Man, it's crazy, y'all.
I don't look at that stuff to be envious. I don't go on Instagram looking at people's lifestyle. I don't watch Real Housewives. I don't watch that stuff.
Because you were living better than the so-called housewives and all these people. You were living better. And when things started to get rocky, you started to fear for your life. You got the videos right up on your page with you literally crying, talking about pray for me. I'm not praying for nothing. You need to pray to the Most High. And you already know what happened. You already know what you did. You did something because we don't have the story from your husband. You know, I don't know his story. I don't know what went down, but judging by the videos, I can tell that you were not in love with that man. I know you were not in love, man. I see. You were just existing. And you just did your thing.
Because it leads to nothing but envy and having women thinking, you know, that that's what they should have when that's not what God has for you. God may have a bus driver for you, but y'all may birth the next president.
Notice what she's saying. God may have a bus driver for you. Do you really think she want to get with a bus driver? Do you really think she want to get with the postal worker? It's all cap, man. Capping. That's what they're doing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, say they don't think long term. It's just all these narcissistic.
No, you don't think long term. And you're just literally just telling the people what they want to hear. Just like a Christian pastor do. Just feed the people a bunch of garbage.
Want this lifestyle. Or maybe you're not meant for a lifestyle. Maybe you're meant for legacy.
See, look at her. She's saying that you're not meant for a lifestyle. You're meant for legacy. So they got to live in the slums, but it's for legacy, but you get to have the lifestyle, right? Let that make sense.
Maybe your children are going to rise up and call you blessed and do great things in this world. Or maybe the two of you will. But focus on the person, their character, and who they are. And you'll never fail. And for me, in marriage, from my next situation, that's for me. Like, I want a man on purpose. And I think if you focus on that.
You want a man on purpose. Didn't you have a man that was on purpose at first? It seems like, listen, man, she got to really confess her sins, bro, at this point. Because I personally believe, in my humble opinion, that she may have been the one that filed for that divorce, allegedly. Because women normally do. A man, for him to file divorce, you had to have been doing something really bad to that man. That man probably caught you cheating. Melanie, did you cheat on your husband? Melanie, did you cheat on your husband with another man? Did you? Don't hide. Did you have an emotional affair and he found out? Because there's another video clip that I seen, and we're going to get into that, where you talked about some god sister or godmother or something like that. And you said you were betrayed by her. And what I'm looking at and what I'm seeing here is there's a possibility that maybe that particular person came back, told your husband about something that you were possibly doing, allegedly. And he packed his bags and said, I'm done. I can't deal with this. Because, you know, you have relationships like that where certain family members and friends and god sisters and godmothers and them, they come and they tell the man like, yo, bruh, I don't mean to rain on your parade, make you get pissed, but I see something happening and it's really pissing me off, man. Your woman out there doing dirt on you. So it could be a possibility that that's what took place. But based on what I know about women and female nature, a lot of times women be out there doing dirt. And the way she keep denying, saying, I didn't do this, I didn't do that, I didn't do that, I didn't file for divorce, I never cheated, I didn't have no men around me, no friends, no this, no that. I don't want to hear that. I do not want to hear that, man. You had orbiters everywhere you went. Any supermarket you went, any store you went, anywhere you went, there was men there talking to you. Don't give me that mess. You got these guys on YouTube thirsting over you all day. All day. So you know good and well that everywhere you walked, men were there bowing down, simping, thirsting. And while your man was probably out, for whatever reason, one thing may have led to another, allegedly, and you may have done something that you weren't too proud of. And he may have found out, allegedly. Could that be it? Time will tell.
You're safe as a woman, in my opinion.
Very, very wise words. I gather from that, and I know you got to go. I'm going to end on this. Basically, what you said was, I think a lot of people haven't experienced that lifestyle that you had, so they may be alone that thought process. That's why I asked you that question, and you basically gave clarity that really the success and wealth doesn't necessarily equate, the best. It could, but it doesn't necessarily.
But look how miserable a lot of rich people are. A lot of Hollywood people are. They're miserable. A lot of them miserable. They're always looking for something to heal them and find.
That's exactly what she's looking for. Rich people are normally miserable. Let me tell y'all people something, man. And this is a fact. A lot of us brothers and sisters, we striving to work to get money, this and that and that. Once you reach a certain level of wealth and you're able to buy whatever you want to buy, it becomes boring. It becomes so boring because you got so much. It's like you got so much. It's like, what am I going to do? I got so much shoes. I got so much clothes. I'm in that department right now. I got so much shoes, so much clothes. I really don't need to buy no more. Like today, I can literally say I'm not buying no more clothes for the rest of my life. No more clothes, no more shoes. And I'm literally good for the rest of my life. I'm good. I don't need no more. I have enough. And I'm not even a multimillionaire. It's boring now. I got too much now, right? Literally, I could wear anything I want every single day. I could wear 10 different outfits a day for the whole year, for 3 years. It's boring because I have it already. So I could just imagine when people that got multiple millions of dollars, it's a boring day. That's why they go out there, they get on drugs, they start doing this, they get into different seances and witchcraft and all sorts of crazy stuff and crazy parties and new drugs, because you reach a certain level. Imagine you got all these cars, you got all these clothes, all the houses, it becomes boring, fam. And see, that's one of the tricks that the devil do. He give you everything and then you become miserable. Learn to be content. You can have money, but be content. Focus on blessing others when you get that money. The greatest thing you can do is when you get into your wealthy place is to begin to bless others. That is the truth. The true meaning of wealth is when you got it and you're able to empower other people that are less fortunate. But to be wealthy and have all this money and got all this prestige and it's just for you, that's boring, man. You got to do things for other people. There's people around you hurting. There's people around you hungry. There's somebody in the chat that need $1. There's somebody that's in your hood that's hungry. Don't got no food in their fridge. Sometimes you got to just pull up and bless somebody. Just pull up and give somebody something. You know what I mean? There's people that they don't got no money in their pocket right now. They hungry right now. They wish they had somebody to get them something. You got these millionaires talking about all their this and they that and they got all this money, but they ain't doing a damn thing for nobody. You know? You got people on YouTube posing as millionaires and posing as this. What the hell you doing for people, man? What are you doing for people but flashing? But flashing. I got this and, you know, I got money and I'm rich and I got this. Who cares? You ain't doing nothing for nobody. You telling me that, not helping me. All you doing at this point is showing off. You see? It's a joke. Most people that are wealthy and in money are not happy. And always remember this, fam. You could be wealthy in the area of money and be poor in the area of love. Poor in the area of friends. Poor in your marriage. This is real, man. Let's go.
And there's chakra and all this other BS because they have no inner peace.
There's a line that I think of as I heard you talking. I think it goes, material things never seem to hold you back. They just seem to hold you back. If that makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's what I think about.
Chasing those material things and prioritizing them above everything else, which is what most women seem to be doing now. It's insane. This is why I'm going to be doing more and more videos, more and more talking to women. Also, I have a fitness thing that I'm doing that's coming out.
You see what she said? A fitness thing that's coming out? A fitness thing that's coming out. All of a sudden now she want to be doing fitness. She want to be doing fitness now. See that? Then she want to talk to women now. She want you to believe that she is the source that you need to go to. Just finding a new niche. But she's being disingenuous about it. Climbing up the coattails of other content creators. Just because she had mega success on YouTube don't mean anything, fam. When you move into a new niche, you're starting all over again. That's like if you're in the gaming section of YouTube playing video games. That's a mega $1 million enterprise right there. But if you get out of that, all the people that knew you from when you did that, and you decide, you know what? I'm going to make videos of me unboxing toys. That audience is not coming with you. You're going to have to find a whole new niche, whole new audience. Same thing with her situation. No matter how much fame you got, when you start over, you literally are starting from scratch. That's not a game.
Because we too big. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things. It's so much.
Yeah, I mean, let me know what you're gonna do, what you're gonna change your channel to, or how you're gonna do. Because I know you can put some of those lives. You could throw some. Because I know you put up like 3 lives so far. You can upload that up on the, to your YouTube. I know you know how to do this.
I'm just getting my feet wet. You know what I mean? Just getting my voice.
She says she's getting her feet wet, trying to get her voice out there. You see, fam? Check it out.
So that's kind of, it's almost like practice, like double Dutch. I'm just kind of like, hey, just trying to find my voice, and then I'm going to really, really launch and really, really get everything out there.
Mm-hmm. You see what's going on here? She's studying the Black sector, and she has different content creators who are pushing her. Interesting.
Got you. Last 2 questions real quick, because like I said, I know you got to go. What are your thoughts on infidelity in a marriage?
I think, well, I've never, infidelity, not even a friend, not even an emotional affair. I think.
Why she can't answer that question? I think the brother hit on something right here. Bruh, I think what you asked her triggered something. The way she was looking right there, something was going down. She quickly got to the defense. I ain't have no affairs, not even no emotional affairs. I didn't do anything. Wrong button. My bad. I didn't do nothing. I didn't touch nothing. Nobody was around me. I ain't have no friends, Really? You want us to believe that Melanie there was nobody around, no orbiters, no friends, no simps, nobody? She was just like exempt from men trying to approach her? I'm seeing all these guys in the comments on her page and everywhere thirsting, heavy. This is crazy, y'all.
Is it
And
on the
moving forward,
woman or the
moving
man?
forward, let me expound because I probably didn't say.
Yeah.
Moving forward after.
No moving forward, nothing, man. She's supposed to answer the question, man.
Infidelity in a marriage. That's what I should have said. Sorry.
Well, for me, my thing is you can only control what you can control. And all you can do is be the best wife you can be. You can be the best,
Hey, I just noticed
person
something.
that you can be in a marriage.
My camera's not moving. I mean, the battery died out. So that means that battery only lasts. Wow, we've been on 4 hours? No wonder. Let me check the rear battery, see if that one's still on. Well, at least that one's still moving. Okay, let's get back into this, y'all.
But at the end of the day, you have no control over that. But you want to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I did things right. I did things with integrity. I want to be able to look at my children and say, I did things with integrity.
Melanie, come on now. Come on now with the cap. You said you did things with integrity and you can look at your children and say you did things with integrity. In another video, Melanie, you said that you didn't even like to do the videos that you were doing with your children in terms of the kids' videos. You said that. I got the receipts. You know I got the receipts. You see how thorough I am with my content. You see how I turned that entire video into a whole new product. You said that you were not happy and that you were miserable and you were unhappy doing what you were doing. Where's the integrity in that? How would your children know? How would they feel to know that mommy was not happy during all those times? And I believe that you're lying. I believe that you were happy because the success was there. It's when the success stopped. That's when you weren't happy. Because I watched some of the videos. And to be quite frank, I ain't gonna lie. The content that they were doing was good. The content they were doing was excellent. I'm not gonna take that away from her. The content that they were doing, the whole family thing that they had going with all the videos. Like I said, the kiddie section of YouTube is a very, very profitable area, but you gotta be committed to that. You know what I mean? That gotta really be your thing, right? They were doing their thing. My thing is how you were doing all of that work and not be happy. It's not adding up, man.
You can't control what another person's going to do.
You're right, you can't. What were you doing? What was your husband doing? What was really going on, Melanie? Talk to the court. We want to know.
And if you want to work out that situation, then you can't. I think most men have a hard time dealing with a woman who cheats. I think women.
You heard what she said? Men have a hard time dealing with women that cheat. Could it be? I don't know.
Find it easier to deal with a man who cheats. Would I leave a man just because he cheats? No, I would actually question myself. Like,
she says she wouldn't leave a man that cheat on her. I know that's cap. She's just saying that because she want the guys to believe that she's going to be there for the long haul. She's literally saying right now, if her man was to cheat on her, she would question her own self on why he did that.
Most women
what
do.
am I doing wrong? What is going on? I would find it as a crisis in my marriage, not that he's gotten to that point.
Okay, so why your husband left? Because you're spinning this narrative that you didn't file for divorce, but he did. That's how you're spinning it, right? So if that's true, how did that happen? How did that go about? And what responsibility did you take in him leaving you? Melanie, you're dealing with the best here. When it comes to this, I'm the best at it, right? You just said what you said. Logically speaking, if that's the case, if he left because of whatever reason and filed for that divorce, you now would have to look at yourself, right? Just like if it was infidelity, you would have to look at yourself now and figure out, well, why did my husband leave? What did I do to cause him to leave? My question, Melanie, what did you do? Because I know you did something and you're just not telling nobody. Make the videos that you put on private on your original Melanie King channel. Open up those videos again so the public can see Melanie King. Because I've already seen that. Like I got receipts. When I tell you I'm the #1 source of receipts, I got hard drives of receipts. I don't play around with this. I got files. I got files on everybody. Files. Like I said, the kitty videos and stuff that you been making, I'm pretty sure my girls watch some of your videos. I'm pretty sure if I check the history on the computers, your video might be in there. Kids watch those videos. Let's go.
So for me, it would be a place of reflection. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't believe I had infidelity in my marriage. I could have.
She says she could have. You see that? Again, red flags, man. These are red flags. Yeah, you got to peep the game, man. That
had other things, but not that. But so for me, I haven't dealt with it. But if you've been in a, like I said, I think most men, it's just hard. It's very hard when you have kids, you have your life entangled together, and divorce is rough.
You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me.
Did you love your husband? Bottom line. Or were you happy that the divorce happened? See, brothers, you got to peep the game. A lot of times they be happy they got this divorce. It's a red flag, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I heard your story. I was like, good gracious.
Yeah, that's just a little bit, that was just a little bit. Go ahead. I
only speak to women, so I'm not going to speak to men. I say if any woman, you cheating on your man, you are violating the order of God. You have.
Now she's chastising women that cheat on their man. That's called projecting. I really believe, man. Allegedly that she did something on the low key, man, because she's going too hard trying to chastise the women that if you cheat on your man, that you're violating this. Listen to her.
Cross the line that you're going to have to answer to the Lord for. And your kids and your husband. And you know how hard it is to find a good husband these days? Not men are good men. I don't mean that, but I'm saying a man is going to.
No, you're right. You're right. It's hard to find.
You do this, and you in the streets. You need to repent.
A lot of times when people talking like that, they're the ones that did the dirt, and they're projecting. They're projecting their life on what they do on everybody else. It's like they're confessing without confessing. You
have no business. That's a long conversation, JR.
Yeah, I was just
I don't even know how a woman gets to that place. I would rather, you need to have therapy, conversations, things,
So last question, and then we're out. What do you find attractive in a man?
Like I said, a man on purpose. I think what a lot of times what you talk about, what AMS and things like that, those things are attractive.
You said what AMS talk about is attractive? You can't make this up, people.
Man who knows what he's about. Women need security. One of the things in my divorce, I felt unsafe because I felt like I didn't have a covering anymore. I felt like I was just out here in the world by myself. And
you felt that you were alone. Again, I asked, did you love your husband?
I'm out back in the streets. I'm not in the streets, but I'm out here again. But for me, a man who knows what his purpose is, he's grinding.
So wasn't your husband grinding? You said he was a Wall Street guy. You said that, he was a high value man and you had the business on YouTube. He seemed to be a guy that had all of the financial department taken care of. What was wrong? What went wrong? What's missing? And why would he file for divorce? What exactly happened here? It's not making any sense at this point.
A man that works hard. That's just my favorite thing. I like a man who takes care of his body. I'm in the gym constantly. You're going to have to work out. Like we need to work out together. I feel like it's a lifestyle. So yes. A man who's into fitness heavy, because I'm meal prepping.
She says she want a man that's into fitness heavy. Melanie, you were not attracted to your husband because I saw the videos with him in it. He was out of shape. He was not physically fit. He seemed to be an older gentleman. So at that point, he probably like, look, I don't care about all this fitness stuff. But for you to say that mean that you were most likely the one that was going to the gyms, the spas, and so forth. And it may have been a particular guy, allegedly, at that particular location, and you found him to be attractive, and that sparked your interest. I believe that's the case here.
Like, we need to be that. You know, somebody that gets me, I could be myself around.
So you weren't yourself around your husband? You weren't yourself around him? You had to act like something you're not? Come on. You got to confess, Melanie.
You know, he doesn't have to be perfect. It's kind of hard to like nail it down for me because I don't have the same standards where he has to be this tall and he has to be this and he has to make this amount.
Notice that she couldn't really even talk about what she really wants. You notice that? She ain't really say anything. This is sad, y'all.
Money, for me, it's almost like when I see it, I know it.
Notice when she see it, she know it. So if she see a guy that's going to be the right guy, when she see it, she'll know it. That makes no sense.
Because I know it's like God put something in my heart. Like, man, this man's purpose really. I get it. Like I want to go where he's going. Yeah. So I don't know how to describe it.
No, you hit it. You hit it on the head. Some people may have seen it as. I mean, you're very descriptive in what you're looking for, which is nothing wrong with that. I think that everyone should be able to elaborate on what it is that they're looking for and be very specific, especially for those of you who are praying. You need to be very articulate and specific in your prayers of what it is that you're looking for on that prayer note and manifestation and all that, those other things as well. But yeah, I totally dig it, man. Melanie, excuse me, not man.
That's where the video ends, y'all. That's crazy, yo. This is wild, man. Wow. Let me see what we got here. So that's about it, y'all, man. I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? I've been up all night doing this, man. You know? Melanie, man. Wow. What a video, man. This is something else, man. Let me see what we got. All right. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat who stood the stream this long. We've been on for 4 hours and 32 minutes. 4 hours and 32 minutes. Putting in work. You know how it is. I always provide the best content. You know, thorough analysis and breakdown of the videos. And there's a lot that we learned out of this. We're going to do a couple of more. I appreciate everybody coming through. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, this is an interesting show. We got a full breakdown. And based on what I'm seeing, she's not a Proverbs 31 woman. She's not. And now I know that my battery for this particular camera over here, it only lasts probably about 4 hours. And it's so good. It stopped right in the middle, so that's good. Yeah. You know? So yeah, y'all, that's about it, man. I'm gonna get up on out of here. You already done know what it is. Black Male Advice TV, we in the building. It's so funny. When the video started ending, I saw more people coming in. I guess I'm supposed to be doing live streams at 8 in the morning. You know? I'm surprised one of those batteries didn't stop. I mean, I got 2 of those lights. They have the AC adapter on it, but the one in the middle is being powered by a battery. Let me see. That one is still on. Okay. Everything seems to be good, man. So I hope everybody liked the visuals, man. I had upgraded some stuff in the studio. You know what I'm saying? Add a little more value to the studio, because, you know, you have to be a high value man nowadays. But anyway, y'all, I'm going to sign out. More videos coming up later. I'm going to do some reaction videos. We're going to work on another video with Melanie. This time I'm going to try to add multiple different clips from other videos in one and deal with some other issues that was presented. These YouTube streets You have to recognize the charlatans, the fakes, people that are opportunists, people that try to just come in the door and just do what they want. We can't have that over here, man. Make sure you click that like button as you come into the room. This is Black Male Advice TV, the only channel on YouTube bringing you the truth 100% raw, the way you need to hear it, providing the best content that YouTube have to offer. We in the studio, you already done know what it is. Gonna come back later on with some more content, more videos. Shout out to all the subscribers, all the new subs that came through, you know what I mean? It is what it is. All the people that supported via Cash App. Let me make sure there's nobody else there. Also, shout out to Justin for a Cash App he gave the other day. Shout out to Lloyd and Sharice. Shout out to you. And yeah, that's about it, y'all. Appreciate all the support. We're gonna sign out now, man. Black Male Advice TV, the only channel on YouTube, bring you the truth, 100% raw. Shout out to Karzaya for the super chat. Appreciate your support. See, I gotta go back and watch the beginning. I had to get my sleep. Yeah, I ain't get no sleep. You know? I gotta go get me something to eat. You know? So, we're gonna be back later on with some content, man. We got a video that, matter of fact, I know what video I'm gonna do next. Brothers, man, you're gonna learn something in this video, man. You're gonna learn something in this one that I'm gonna do next, man. I'm gonna go get something to eat, and then we're gonna come back with some more content throughout the morning. Cause after all, I'm off today. So it is what it is. So y'all take care. Peace and blessings to the fam. Peace and blessings to the YouTube members. Team Ringo, appreciate all your support. Shout out to all the Patreons. Y'all see where y'all support go. When you support the platform, we put that right back into the platform. That's how we move, that's how we roll. So that being said, y'all, I'm gonna sign out. Black Male Advice TV, the only channel on YouTube bringing you the truth, 100% raw and uncut. I'm out, y'all. Peace. Oh, I see we got another super chat coming in. Yeah. You put that one in late, Karzaya. Let me see. Oh, she a member for 8 months. She said, I love supporting. Thanks for your support. Appreciate that. I was just about to shut down everything just now. That's crazy. Right? All right, y'all. Black Male Advice TV, the only channel on YouTube bringing you the truth, 100% raw and uncut. The only channel, the best footage, the best of everything. Make sure you subscribe and like the video and tell your friends and share. We are out, y'all. Peace.
If you like our content, consider supporting via Cash App at $Ringo TV Raw. Become a patron on patreon.com for exclusive video content not shown on YouTube. You could also support through PayPal at paypal.me/RingoTVRaw. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the bell to be notified of new content. Follow me on Instagram at RingoTVRaw.
This is Black Male Advice TV, the only channel on YouTube bringing you the truth, 100% raw and uncut. I'm out. Peace.